Thorny, good to see you. Well, not see you, obviously. You understand what I mean. Hi. Hello. Everybody's filtering in like immediately. That's great. You guys were more on time than I was, I bet. I left my microphone over at Nodi's, and I didn't realize it until I was about to go live, and then I was like, can't find my microphone, and the last place I had seen it was Nodi's, so I had to call Nodi and wake them up. They were taking a nap, which I rudely interrupted. Hi. Hi, Dad. So glad you're here. What is this? If I do it, will it leave? Oh, God. Okay. Thanks. Great. Oh, my God. Hello. Good to see you. I saw that in the chat. I don't understand what's happening with the Tosh Day thing. One, not only do I not deserve a day, I barely deserve 10 minutes. So it's amazing that you're here. I really appreciate it. But I don't think we can rename Tuesday. It will really fuck up the calendar. It's like Tuesday, but better. It's really just Tuesday. Today is just Tuesday, if you really think about it. God, I don't know. Dad was dad before TikTok, before the redacted, before book club. Dad has been dad for years. Years. He's pretty much adopted me, and I started calling him Dad. So I don't know if we can just amend everybody. Look, you can't just walk in here and demand to be in a family. You have just joined. Look, you need some. You need to acclimatize. You gotta make sure this family is really where you want to be. I don't think you guys understand. You don't just like walk in. Fair enough. I'm trying to fix the cord on here. I just plugged this microphone in, so I didn't have everything set up because I didn't have it. Oof. Yeah, he really has. Dad's been here for a long time. Dad precedes all of you. Some of us trauma bonded. What's the difference? Better Tuesday. What? I'm sorry, those all seemed like alphabet soup. What's the difference? Better Tuesday, named after. I don't know. I don't know, Lady Eva. That's not filtering correctly. I feel like I'm not reading it correctly. Weird thing to say. Hello. And, okay, one, is everybody just renaming themselves in the redacted as this mic pack. I'm going to clip this somewhere. The cord is flying around everywhere. It's bugging me. I'm going to clip it down here. Hello. Apparently there's a lot of people in Florida. It is an odd thing to say, yeah. I thought that too. I mean, maybe I'm just not filtering things correctly today. I was renamed, you did not rename myself. You don't have to accept names. You can change it. Let them change themselves. If you don't like it, you change yourself. I didn't mean that to sound as serious as it did. I'm barely here. I'm going to be real. I've been real off today. Can we be cosplay music? I can't do anything right now because I'm on live, but I want to check you out later. Can I accept DMs anymore? I strangely do not get cat DMs like I used to, and I don't know if it's something on my security, because I don't have it restricted, but people are having it hard to send me DMs, I think. I don't know. DM me. Hello, good to see you. It's just kind of, yeah, it's been real funky all day, and I'm not really sure. I just kind of woke up and felt not great. It took a lot to get me into cosplay today. Oh, is that what changed? Is that what changed? Got it. Okay, I wasn't aware. I don't spend a whole lot of TikTok time when I'm not like posting or going live and stuff. I'm not on my phone a whole lot. Normally I'm like reading or doing some bullshit or working. I work full time too. So if there's been changes, I know they had like an update recently with a bunch of different crap that went through. There were like new ways they were going to push content, and like only certain people, like it depended on how original your content was, and a bunch of cosplayers were worried about that. I don't know. There was a lot of stuff that changed recently, but I used to get cat video DMs because that was the thing. I was like, send me your cat videos, and I love receiving cat videos. But some people, like for a while I was getting them, and then they all dropped off. So I don't know. I'll figure it out. I don't know. But I miss getting freelance cat videos like all the time. There are some people that I'm mutuals with in this chat that send me cat videos regularly. And then and I love that. Yeah, man, and I guess it's been a while since I've received random DMs with cat videos, because I used to get them all the time. And then mostly for the past, several months, it's been you, Insomniac, Wolfie Girl, and then, I know... You would send me cat videos? Thank you. The main thing that I'm worried about is I was getting, and I don't actively make videos calling them out on it because I don't think that's fair to do to a minor. But I would get video of TikToks of DMs tagging me in somewhat inappropriate content and sending me inappropriate messages. And I would pretty much just ignore those. And there were a couple of people that I had mutual because I liked their cosplay content that were minors. And then took that opportunity to send me some inappropriate things, which I then just, unfollowed them and don't. And I try not to block minors. I will if it's a problem, but most of the time, I just consider it, minors especially, I think, have a different view of what is fantasy and what is reality and what is acceptable and what is unacceptable with people on the internet that you don't know. I think the older generation grew up with a lot more emphasis on stranger danger and things like that, to the point where we won't do that with people we don't know. We recognize there's a difference between content and the creator, and we know how to separate that in our minds to the point. But I think a lot of minors just haven't really gotten that because they grew up in their entire lives with technology and with the internet, and it's a lot harder for them to grasp. And so they misplace a lot of assumptions about a creator based on their content. And it's inappropriate, but I think that given time, they'll learn a lot better through experience than from being attacked for it or being called out for it, because that almost feels like either a punishment or attention. And if it's attention that they really want, it doesn't matter if it's positive or negative, which will continue to fuel that behavior anyway. And if it's punishment to them, they grow up, I think it would fuck them up a whole lot more. So I just step out of it. I'm like, this isn't my problem. You'll learn eventually. It's not my ability or responsibility to educate you. So I just sort of take a step back, but that's one of the reasons I don't add a whole lot of mutuals if they're minors. I'm just going to be upfront about that. I feel like there needs to be a little bit more space. Hi, I'm good. How are you? Quick, is Simp for Danks in here? Nobody tell him. Did we all eat? Did we all drink water? Yeah, that's how they learn, is they push boundaries. And if it succeeds, and if you give them attention, which is what they want, they'll keep doing it. Your account got banned. I know there's a lot of creators that have gotten their accounts banned lately. I saw Love Bunny got banned, and then I guess reinstated. I got water over here. I ate before this live, so we're all good. What did you say? Jen. I can't find it. I don't know what Jen said. Twice? Oh, geez. A lot of cosplayers are getting banned. Well, that's a problem. I know I did the forum email for Love Bunny when they got banned. I was really upset about that. I love the Mario lore series. Yeah. Smoothies count. Smoothies count? Smoothies count. I'm calling it now. Smoothies count. But yeah, I know a lot of creators have been banned lately, and that's kind of crazy. I didn't know they've been banned twice. I thought they only got banned the once for the Rainbow Dash thing. Did they get banned again? Really? Normally you can at least appeal it. It depends on... I think it depends on how much they flagged of your account, if they give you the option to get banned or not, or to get your account back or not. Because I know at a certain point they won't give you the option anymore. I think, and that wasn't something I found out from another cosplayer, that was from a different account that I follow that got their account permanently banned. But then again, what TikTok deems as inappropriate, or what gets flagged as inappropriate a lot of the time, is like not even. And then stuff that you would think would be greatly inappropriate gets reinstated immediately if it is banned at all, or never gets taken down. Heyo, Sim for Dinks is here. We were just discussing how much water and food we ate today. But no, I saw like an account that was like targeted on how to break into people's apartments. Like different ways you can force a door open, and like if your victim is staying in a hotel room and like shit like that. And I've reported it multiple times, and then like it still gets put back up, and they're like, we've determined this doesn't violate any community guidelines. I'm like, it's literally teaching you how to rob or assault someone. And yet that account stays up consistently. It was really crazy. But like somehow Love Bunny wears a wears a top that shows their midriff and then they get immediately banned. Seems real sus. Like, tell me, how does that make sense? And like, I'm not like the biggest My Little Pony fan or anything, but I know who all the characters are because I've been part of the con community for a long time. And I thought that Rainbow Dash looked fine. I've seen way worse Rainbow Dashes. Not like worse as in like quality. I mean like worse as in like community guidelines worse. Like, they didn't have a Rainbow Dash that was a bikini top and some booty shorts. Like, you know what I mean? Like, the one with like the little triangles or whatever. They were covered. Like, I don't understand. I've seen worse in public. In public. Like, I've seen a Rainbow Dash, or not like a Rainbow Dash. It was like a, I don't know, maybe it was Rainbow Dash. I don't remember. That was just like a bikini with some wings, and like they had like a rainbow wig, and I was like, how'd they let you in this building like that? Like, but in, like, I'm not shaming anybody that wants to wear their costume the way they want it. And I firmly believe that cosplay does not mean consent, but, and maybe this is just my insecurity, I don't know if I'd go to con in a bathing suit. One of your Shinzos got flagged for inappropriate content. See, I've gotten flagged for inappropriate content, but the one that got flagged was the audio was kind of inappropriate, but I labeled it as 18 plus, and I appealed it and it got immediately put back up. But then I think it also has to do with how many people report you, because there was an incident, and I don't normally go into like drama or anything. I try not to get involved in any of that stuff. I guess that's your problem, and I'm going to take a step back and I'm going to do what I'm going to do, and like, you know, good luck. Unless it's like something that I've done, I'm going to try not and get involved with it. If I've somehow offended anyone or pissed off another cosplayer for a veritable reason, obviously, I'm going to try my best to talk to that person and get involved and see what I can do. But like, if it doesn't involve me, I try firmly to stay out of it. But there was an issue where me and another cosplayer were working on some content, and another cosplayer that had made content with them before I got involved did not like that we were making content together, even though that they were no longer talking or friends or whatever. And they went through and found my account and tried to mass report a bunch of my videos at once, and got all of their friends to go back and flag all my videos at once. But that's the only incident like I've had where I've had a bunch of videos get taken down and my account almost get banned, only for TikTok to be like, we realize there's nothing wrong with this content, we're going to put it back up. And I was like, okay, cool. I didn't do anything. These people just don't like me for no reason. Yeah, like, you can appeal based on like someone bullying you, and I blocked them, I think. They're one of the few like actual people that I have blocked on TikTok because they were creating a mass amount of problems. Yeah, I'm confused about why they haven't given you that option, especially if this is like your first offense. You have to have like a number of offenses for your account to get permanently banned where it doesn't give you the option to appeal it. In my experience, and once again, I don't have a whole lot of experience. I mostly just keep to myself. This is the me corner. And I know a lot of other cosplayers have it a lot worse because a lot of them like live off their content. Like, they have a lot more followers. They get a steady income from it. They do brand deals and all sorts of stuff. Um, and I like don't. I barely even have a target audience. My target audience is, this is what I wanted to do today. And I do that about one day a week. I don't, and I'll spend money on it if I have it, but if I don't have the money, I'm not gonna do that. And my number one goal wasn't really to quit my job and make money off TikTok. It was, well, it still is to become a mortician. So, I don't really care if I get TikTok successful or make money doing this. This is just what I wanted to do. So, but I empathize for those creators that do make a living off of that and do need that income and don't have a regular job. Their job is making content, who are now being affected by all these new things going out. It's just insane. You also spend way too much time with horses. I feel like that takes up a majority of your time. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Appreciate the butterflies. Hello. Good to see you. Yeah, you spend way too much time with horses. So when would you have the opportunity? Almost every single time, we get a post or anything, in the redacted, it's just my boss did this, and now we're stuck here, and then I have to do this, and here, horses. And it follows somewhat of that formula. Yeah, see? And it makes sense that takes up a lot of your time. Makes sense. But I really do feel for all those creators that make a living off of doing this and are being affected for stuff like this. That's a problem for them. I don't know what to do except to the accounts that I follow that I see get banned or stuff like that, I appeal it and try and fill out an email or whatever. And I did that with Love Bunny, one of their, because I found out, not from Dino Graveyard, the other one, I cannot remember their username right now, but they do, Toadette. The Toadette cosplay that's really cute, pink hair. I found out from their account, and they had a form email, and I just went and filled that out. But I've seen a lot of people be affected by it. It's really lame, for lack of anything better to say. There's apparently a lot of people against horses. Yeah, I just, and I know, they just updated all the terms that were, and some people were saying that videos that weren't filmed in TikTok get less push by the algorithm than ones that are. I haven't seen much evidence to support that. But then again, I don't post as regularly as some cosplayers. It's pretty much on my schedule. I make it myself. But I know for people who film things using other editing apps and stuff like that, it's going to affect them too. If it's true. I don't know if it's true. I have no idea. And then, they literally ban people for not posting inappropriate stuff. Let people who post that stuff keep it. Yeah, I'm still floored about some accounts on here that, deliberately make a platform off of, harassment and, dangerous things to do to somebody. There's an account by a dude that literally tells you how to get away with, assaulting women. And, that's fine. That's fine. And, maybe it says something about me, but, maybe I need to not engage that. But I'll go in the comments and argue with people. And I'm sure that's why I still get videos like that. Is because I engage with it. I shouldn't. Yeah. But God forbid I dress up as a 15-year-old kid from an anime. Oh, because what? It's not original enough? I didn't make this character up, so you hate it? Shut up. They banned you for skateboarding. That was what you were doing in the video and they banned it? What did you do skateboarding? Like that. That's the thing, is unless the skateboarding video is dangerous. Oh, Deku's here. But like, if you weren't doing anything, like some dangerous stunt or something, or you didn't get grievously injured doing a skateboarding thing, why would they even ban that? Oh, all you did was fall? You didn't even break anything? There wasn't any blood or anything? No, it's fine. I used to know a bunch of skateboarders, and they used to lose patches of skin all the time and like break their shin and stuff like that. Yeah, they shouldn't have banned that. As long as you put like, did you put like a warning on it that was like, don't do this? Don't be like me, kids. Or I don't know, something. That's the only reason I can think of. But even then, I feel like that would get reinstated, as opposed to the dude literally breaking into people's hotel rooms with coat hangers. That's nowhere near the mark. It's nowhere near the mark. The bar is on the floor, is what I'm saying. Jesus. Anyway, this has been fun. And strict in the wrong way. Strict in the wrong way. Like, I could have used more crackdowns on people threatening people and, like, stuff like that. That would have been fine. Especially people targeting, like, indigenous or BIPOC creators or something. Like, we could have used a crackdown on people who actively harass those creators. I could afford to see more of that, especially the more threatening ones. Definitely. But it's like, they don't see any problem with those. But you know what we're gonna suppress? People dressing up and having fun. Because it seems unoriginal. Yeah, like, it's not. Well, like, because people will leave really inappropriate comments on, like, BIPOC creator stuff. And people will report it. I've reported them when I see them. And then nothing happens. And they're like, we've determined that this wasn't a problem. And, like, stuff like that. And I'm like, yeah, cool. They actively threaten their life, but whatever. It's getting as bad as Facebook sometimes. And I'm not even on Facebook. I just know how bad Facebook... I got off of Facebook years ago. But, like, the only reason I know how bad Facebook is because Denki gets put in Facebook jail about once or twice a month, at least. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I was like, it's one thing if I don't know. And this is going to sound bad. But I felt like if I cared more about my content, like on the level of where I really needed it or wanted it to perform well for validation or financial reasons, I would be more apt to be like, I'm moving to another platform, like, but I just don't. I guess I don't care as much. I'm having fun, and sometimes I don't even get shit done. I just dress up like this and walk around my house and read a book. Yeah, like Denki will go and argue with racists on Facebook in public Facebook pages, and then they'll get reported for something innocuous, like calling them, like, not even a name that has, like, a curse word or profanity in it, but just, like, saying something dumb, you know? And then they'll get reported and, like, they'll go to Facebook jail for, like, 2 weeks And they're like, great. And they'll just walk in and it's not uncommon for them to come in pretty much on schedule and just go, I'm in Facebook jail again. And then like 2 weeks later, they're like, I'm out of Facebook jail. I'm going to go argue with racist again. And I'm like, Denki, stop. So yeah, that happens pretty often. And I stopped caring enough about Facebook to try. Nobody even knows my Facebook is me anymore. I completely changed my profile picture. I changed my name to like something crazy. It's like in Cyrillic, and like I just dropped off the face of the platform. I only keep it open for what's the TikTok? Okay. This is gonna sound weird, but I cannot remember the TikToker that makes stuff, and they release stuff almost exclusively on Facebook, but they make crochet hooks, and I'm not shitting you when I say they're the coolest crochet hooks I've ever seen in my life, and I'm determined to get one day, somehow, some way I'm gonna get one. I'm gonna get in there fast enough, because they sell out and they only do custom orders. They're like an independent company. Not even a company. It's like a couple that does it. Like, he makes the crochet hooks and then she makes patterns, and then sells those. And you can get the patterns like no problem at any time because they're like downloadable PDFs. But like the hooks, they only make so many in a batch at one time. And when they're gone, they're just gone for months at a time. And they only make announcements on their Facebook page. Sometimes, eventually, they'll get around to making a TikTok about it, but most of that is already when everything is half sold out. And so I've stopped. By the time you see it, they're sold out. And like, I want to know, hold on, I'll find the Facebook page. I'm going to see if I can find it. This is so dumb. This is a niche interest of mine. I crochet stuff all the time. Oh my God, shut up. I don't care how many things you've changed. I'm going to be on here for 5 minutes. Are you kidding me? They changed this layout. I don't even know how to... No. What? Why does it look like this? They've changed everything, and now I don't know how to get to anything. No, I don't have any friends. Why are people friending me? I don't understand. Okay, I can't find it. I don't know. Facebook is crazy now. It looks real crazy. I hate it. I'm getting it off. I can't live like this. I have to get this off my screen. I don't know why it looks like this. The desktop version is crazy, and I hate it. I'll find it for anybody who wants it later. But no, look. Okay, there's no reason anybody needs to be friending me. Everybody who knows me is already on there. They don't need to be doing that. Don't need to be doing that. I hate it. And besides, if you knew me, you knew I would never be on Facebook. Why are you adding me? Just text me. If you know me, text me. No. If you know me personally, no. There's like 5 people in my phone book contacts. And one of them is my favorite Japanese restaurant. So... I should be more embarrassed about that, but I'm not. No, wait, there's 6 now, because I added Nodi. Nodi got my phone number. I officially gave Nodi my phone number. But yeah, it's pretty much both my partners, Dad, the Japanese restaurant, Nodi, and my mom. There's 6 contacts right there. It's so bad I don't even know my coworkers, because I don't even know if they're going to be there long enough for me to warrant giving them my phone number. So I don't save them. And so sometimes I'll get texts from people that are like, hey, you coming in today? And I'm like, I don't know who this is. And they're like, it's Jake from State Farm. No, it's, random white boy name from work. And I'm like, no, also, who are you? Like, I don't remember any of them. Yeah, honestly, do that. Get rid of them. Who needs them? If you don't call it on a regular basis, it doesn't need to be in there. Doesn't need to be in there. I'm going to be honest. Just leave it off there. No, wait, 7. My therapist is in there. But yeah, we've wasted a lot of time complaining about community guidelines. But if you're here to have me read you a story, yeah, anybody you don't text, get rid of them. Anyway, but you know what I meant. But if you want me to read you a story, go ahead and stick around. If you are not here for me to read you a story, you can go ahead and get the hell out. I'm going to read a story, is what I'm saying. I'm going to read a story. We've already been reading it for several weeks now. Well, not even like several weeks, like months since so, if you want to know what the story is, it's Johannes Cabal the Detective. It's the 2nd book in a series that we've been reading for months now, and if you're just jumping in now, well, you're not going to know what the hell is going on, are you? So I suggest maybe you go to my bio, click on the YouTube link, and you can listen to the rest that you've missed if you'd like. I really hope that those of you who have maybe watched the last one, you're going to really like the intermission. No, I'm joking. I hope you do. We made an intermission because last time our live got cut off because technical issues. Anyway, we made an intermission. It was really fun. Me and Sarah did. So we're going to go ahead and continue from where we left off. And if you don't know where we left off, it's chapters 13 and 14. So if you don't want to hear spoilers and you want to catch up on everything first, go ahead and see yourself out now. Don't let the door hit you on the ass on the way out. No, but yeah, glad you're here, Nodi. I'm glad you're not taking a nap. I didn't know how long the nap was going to be. I didn't want to assume you would be here, but I'm glad to see you. Always a pleasure. Thank you for bringing me my microphone. And we're gonna go ahead and head off. We're almost to the end of this book, guys. And for whoever asked how many chapters are left, we have technically 5 chapters left, but there's an interlude. So if you include the interlude, 6. And after this week, 4, or subsequently 3. So we're almost at the end of this book. And then we'll be starting my favorite one. But I think I'm going to read you some more of the short stories. Who is posting a redacted right now that is not already in here? Guys, get a grip. No. I have my coffee. I put too much oat milk in here. It's fine. I'll live with it. Anyway, we're going to go ahead and start off with chapter 13. Once again, here's your warning. Get out if you don't want to know. If you don't want to know what happens too soon. Chapter 13, in which Cabal practices necromancy and ways are parted. Casson had seen better days. To be precise, every day up to this one had been better, for today was the day that some unkind soul had stuck a long, thin-bladed knife into him and twisted it and so murdered him. He lay in a dark pool of his own blood in the middle of the barely furnished room. Cabal stood over him and noted the pallor, the slow drip of blood between the floorboards, and the slight quiver of Casson's eyelids as he prepared to breathe his last. "Dear God, Cabal!" Miss Barrow was past him and kneeling by Casson's supine body. "Don't just stand there. He's still alive." Cabal was going to say, but not for long, when he thought ahead and just knew that this would result in Miss Barrow's doing a lot of shouting in his face and that he could well do without. So, instead, noting that the windows were already closed and shuttered, he set the gas going in the 2 mantles in the room and lit them cautiously with his candle. Now, at least, Casson could die in decent visibility. Miss Barrow had meanwhile, with an admirable disdain for ladylike decorum, undone Casson's jacket and torn open his shirt. The knife wound was instantly apparent, despite the mass of venous blood around it, a narrow slit forced open by the twist of the blade. It lay in his skin like a single gill cover of pale cave fish, his life pulsing weakly from it in time to his slowing heart. She tore a strip from his shirt, folded it into a thick wad, and held it over the wound, pressing down hard, trying to hold his soul to his body by the strength of her arms. "Do something, Cabal! Do something! Get help!" She looked up at him, and suddenly Cabal understood that she had never seen death at first hand. The realization sent a cool shiver of remembrance through him, back to when this had been him, kneeling over somebody and willing them back to life, and failing. Now he could only stand and watch and see the signs of imminent, inevitable death, and he felt nothing. Miss Barrow looked up at him, and she didn't even like Casson, but there were tears in her eyes. "Do something, Cabal, please!" He knelt on the other side of Casson, unconsciously avoiding the blood, and leaned in closer. "Alexei! Alexei, can you hear me?" Casson's eyelids flickered, but beneath them his eyes rolled drunkenly in their sockets. Cabal gripped the side of Casson's head and drew up one eyelid high, using the pad of his thumb. It was rough treatment, and Miss Barrow started to speak, but Cabal quenched her with a glance. She fell silent, finally understanding that the man was going to die, and that there was nothing either of them could do about it. "Alexei Casson, listen!" Cabal spoke loudly and clearly into Casson's face, demanding a response. "Who did this to you? Who stabbed you? Casson, tell me!" He tried. Casson truly tried. He drew together what was left of his consciousness and tried to force words out through his mouth, that garrulous mouth that had always seemed so eager to gabble on about nothing in particular. Now it wouldn't respond properly, and his jaw flapped and his tongue lay stubbornly still. He felt thirsty, terribly thirsty, but he couldn't ask for water. He couldn't ask for anything at all. The dark shapes above him that might have been people grew darker still. Casson felt so thirsty and so tired. He would have a little sleep and ask for water when he woke, because he always woke up from sleep, And so Casson died. They stayed in tableau for some moments afterwards, Cabal deep in thought, and Miss Barrow uncertain what to do. She rose awkwardly and sat on an upright chair near the window. Cabal didn't seem to notice. He stayed silent for a little longer, then closed Casson's eyes and laid his head down. Typical Casson, not just of you, but of your whole unhappy race, prattling importantly over nothing, but when you have a chance to say something important, silence. Typical. He stood up, brushing off his knees as he rose. Well, it won't do. We need to know who killed him. We? Said Miss Barrow, too tired and sick at heart to speak with passion. Need? Very well, I need. It seems unlikely that this isn't all associated with events on the aeroship, which means whoever stabbed Herr Casson may well be whoever tried to kill me. I don't like leaving unknown enemies in the shadows. They have a habit of jumping out again. This business needs attending to before I can move on. Good. Miss Barrow seemed terribly weary all of a sudden. Cabal recognized a shock reaction when he saw one. He could have helped her, but it seemed too distracting when he had a murderer to find. We have to find the murderer. Good. How are we going to do it? Your criminology degree doesn't suggest anything, he said. She didn't rise to the baiting. Indeed, it seemed unlikely she even noticed it. I'm still an undergraduate. I don't know what to do. I don't know. She looked lethargically around the room as if noticing it for the first time. Dust for fingerprints? I don't know. Fingerprints. Very useful in most circumstances, but not when we know that he was stabbed outside and made his way here. I doubt his attacker even set foot inside the door. He looked around the room. It was an odd house, sparsely furnished and with little sign of occupation. He frowned. Miss Barrow was wondering the same thing. What is this place, anyway? Who lives here? I'm not sure anybody does. The air's stale, and there's a thin layer of dust. Cabal made no reply. Instead, he took up the candle holder, relit the candle, and left the room. Miss Barrow found herself alone with the corpse. She felt that she should be scared, or at least awed by the presence of death, the last great mystery. But the body was Casson's, and he was as unimpressive in death as when he was alive. She sat staring at him and thinking how unlike a person a human body is once the breath of life, with all its pulses and beats and ticks and movement, is gone. His corpse was pathetic, in that it inspired pathos, and pitiful, in that it aroused pity. She found herself feeling more sorry for Casson than she had ever felt for anyone before. All hopes and dreams extinguished, all potential gone. If only she could wave a wand and make him breathe again, it would be the greatest gift that could be bestowed. Lily. Am I still laggy? I just saw that, sorry. Hopefully not. I don't know what to do about it. It says my connection's fine. Cabal returned, shattering her reverie. I found this, he said, and held up a key on a ring. It fits the lock. The one next to it is of the same pattern as the cabin keys aboard the Princess Hortense. It will be no surprise to discover that it unlocks Casson's stateroom. So this is Casson's place, said Miss Barrow with an apparent lack of interest. Cabal pursed his lips and was about to speak when a spark of animation ran through her as her intellect stopped freewheeling in shock and started to re-engage her mind. But Casson's Mercarvian! Why would he have the keys to a house in Senza? Cabal wagged his finger at her tellingly. Exactly. And the answer is... Cabal shrugged. I have no idea, but I know a man who does. She looked at him with eager interest. Who? Infuriatingly, Cabal just raised his eyebrow and looked meaningfully at her. What, you? But you just said... It took a second for her to understand him, but then her gaze fell to Casson, and her mouth fell open in astonishment. Astonishment and horror. Definitely some horror. "Oh, you have to be joking!" "I never joke about my work," he said, as he was unable to suppress a malevolent smile at the end of as the ramifications settled upon Miss Barrow. "No, you can't. You absolutely must not. Cabal, it's a monstrous crime. A terrible, terrible thing." "Is it? What is our alternative? Do you have a criminological department about your person to aid in the application of your towering forensic skills? You do not?" He simulated amazement and did not trouble himself to simulate it well. "Then we shall do things my way." He made for the door. "Where are you going?" "For reagents. Not the ideal circumstances under which to gather them, but I think I can throw something together in a hurry that should give the hapless Herr Casson one last shudder of animation." Miss Barrow did not seem convinced. Impatient for the first few minutes of a person's death are the most vitally important minutes of opportunity for a necromancer, Cabal added. "Look, I have to go. Without the necessary chemicals, we'll lose whatever wits are still floating around his cooling brain. The only more immediately alternative thing I can think of is a tantric ritual involving necrophiliac sodomy, and frankly, I don't think my back is up to it, so if you will excuse me." And he left, inwardly treasuring Miss Barrow's expression. The dispensing chemist and the general grocer stood next to each other, and both contained homes above the shops in which the chemist and the grocer, respectively, lived with their families, which was very convenient if you wanted to throw small pebbles at both sets of windows at much the same time. The chemist was the first to respond. He swung open a window and looked down into the street through half-mooned glasses. He was jacketless, his white hair slightly awry, and he had a napkin in his collar. "Eh? What is it? Who are you? What do you want?" Cabal finished writing a list in his notebook, tore out the page, and held it up for the man to see. "I need these supplies, urgently." "What? What is this? Supplies?" Somebody said something behind him, and he turned away to reply, which involved a lot of arm-waving and extravagant shrugging. He returned his attention to Cabal. "I'm having my dinner." "A man's life is at stake," said Cabal, not entirely untruthfully. "Eh?" The chemist looked him up and down. "You're a doctor?" Cabal's expression twisted in a way that seemed to suggest, if my gun hadn't been confiscated in Mercarvia, I would currently be in the process of shooting you. "No," he said with crystalline iciness. "I am not a doctor, but these supplies are vitally important." As he spoke, the door of the general grocer swung open, and the grocer, a man of middle years, but bearing a surprisingly full raven-black head of hair, appeared. He stood straightening a collar that was thoroughly askew as he looked around and saw Cabal. "Signor, did you cast stones upon my casement?" "I did," said Cabal. "I have an urgent requirement from your shop." "Eh?" said the chemist. "What is this? You're on an errand to collect vital medicine, and yet you have time to bother Signor Bonacci? Eh, for what? Some nails, perhaps? A mop? I was having my dinner, signor. Not so urgent, eh? Not so urgent." Cabal ignored him. To Signor Bonacci, the grocer, he said, "Dolly Blue, do you stock it?" "Eh?" said the chemist. Cabal continued to ignore him. "Dolly Blue, you say?" said Signor Bonacci, clearly taken aback. "What, the stuff housewives put in the last white rinse? Specifically a mixture of indigo blue and starch. I need those chemicals." "Pah!" said the chemist. "You're mad." He started to close his window. "I will pay double the price for a little alacrity, gentlemen," Cabal said, loudly enough to be heard through the rapidly closing shutters. The shutters paused and then reopened. "Double?" said the chemist. "Eh?" Miss Barrow was sitting on the stairs in the house when Cabal returned. She had found and lit the gaslight in the hall, and judging by the muted glows, those toward the back of the house and upstairs. Cabal said nothing as he placed the paper bag containing his purchases on the dresser and hung up his jacket and hat. Miss Barrow finally said, I've looked over the whole house. It's strange. Everything you could want to be comfortable is here. Bedding, books, the larder is full of tinned and dried food. A lot of preserves in jars, too. But there isn't a single personal touch about the place. I can't see the personality of the owner. I don't understand why Casson had a key to it. I would say it was rented, but I've never heard of food being supplied like that. Cabal kept his counsel. He had a theory about the house, but would wait to hear what Casson had to say on the subject, provided, of course, that the ad hoc resurrection worked. He took up the paper bag and went into the room where Casson lay, pausing at the doorway to ask Miss Barrow, "Do you want to see this?" She looked at him, her eyes tired and haunted. Cabal tried again. "You might find it educational." She didn't respond, just stared at him through the banisters. Cabal went into the room alone. Miss Barrow sat silent and motionless on the stair. She heard the crackle of the paper bag being opened and its contents removed and checked. Shortly thereafter, she heard the fizz of powders being tipped onto flames and smelled pungent chemical fumes drifting through the crack of the ajar door. Cabal started chanting under his breath, a strange sing-song in a language she didn't recognize and doubted more than a handful of people in the world would recognize. Then, defying a reluctance that would joyfully have driven her from that house, that town, that very country, she climbed to her feet and walked slowly down the couple of steps to the boards of the hallway and into the front room. Cabal's chanting paused and then continued. "12 minutes later, Alexis Casson returned from the dead. The room stank like a laboratory fire, and the thick chemical fug made Miss Barrow's eyes sting. Cabal ignored it all, his own eyes screwed shut as he chanted and chanted a seemingly endless litany of inhuman words from an inhuman religion. There were awful words, incomprehensible to her, but jagged, ugly things that he spat out like stones and razors. That he knew them by heart did not escape her, and she feared him for that, for it showed depths in him that opened into the abyss. Nor did he hesitate when Casson's heels began to rattle on the floor, his legs spasming like the galvanized corpse of a frog on a school science bench. It was death, but in reverse, and the most obscene abrogation of the laws of nature she could ever imagine. Life did not return easily to the carcass, but was bullied and coerced, and what little dignity there is in death was torn and tattered by the sordid reversal. Casson seemed to swell with something that was just close enough to life to serve, but equally she sensed in every fiber that it was a poor sort of stopgap and would leak away again soon enough. When Casson started to shake and suck in ragged, dry breaths, she shuddered with revulsion, but she could not stop watching. Cabal did not notice her reaction. He checked the second hand on his pocket watch and started a new, more urgent chant. The ritual as a whole would give him only a few seconds in which to interrogate Casson, provided that this last stage succeeded in nailing his soul back into his body, a relationship that would perforce prove to be a delicate one. Casson's eyes fluttered open. "Oh, right me guts that was. Ruined me vest, and that was a fresh one this morning still. Mustn't grumble." His eyes managed to stop on Cabal's face and went most of the way towards focusing. "Hello, Herr Meisner, you found me then. Very good, very good." I thought, "Casson, me old fruit bat, I would say you're just about stuffed. You've been left for dead, and that's what you'll be. Oh, any minute now, I'd say yes. Not dead, though. Am I? Result: Alexis Casson, 1, Grim Reaper, 0. "Casson, you're dying," said Cabal bluntly, painfully aware of the vital seconds already wasted. "Cabal," said Miss Barrow, snapped from her profound horror to maternal indignity at such rudeness. She already had her hand to her mouth when he shot her a furious look. "What? How's that?" Casson tried to look around, but his reanimation was barely enough to get him talking again, and his head was too heavy for his enervated neck to move. "Who's there?" What Cabal had just said filtered through at about the moment, and Casson looked back at him with an expression of offended rectitude. Dying? What do you mean dying? I feel as right as rain, me old mucker. Just let me have a bit of a rest, and I'll be back up on me hind legs, hopping around like a kangaroo, full of rude health. Of course you will, said Cabal tersely, in what he believed was an acceptable bedside manner. He was mistaken in this. Now, quickly, Casson, tell me, this is urgent. Who stabbed you? Stabbed me? Psh, a mere flesh wound. I've had worse shaving. I doubt it. It just bled a bit, he considered, while Cabal, impatience rising, checked his watch again. It bled quite a bit, true. The complacent expression turned to one of realization and then fear. It seemed Casson had sped from denial to understanding with a rapidity that might have dismayed his circumlocutory Moors had he been generally less gutted and exsanguinated. Oh, bloody hell, I remember now, I'm dying! Quite so. Your time is short, Herr Casson. Make these seconds count for something, I beg you. So again, who stabbed you? Casson's face bore a rictus of horror. Help me! Then help me! Who stabbed you? Casson's eyes swept from side to side, and their light was beginning to fade. Casson's brief curtain call to the world stage was already coming to an end. Cabal took him by the lapels and shook him furiously. Casson, you verdammt fool! If you don't tell me who did this to you, they will escape. Is that what you want? Is it? Casson said something, but the words were lost as his head rolled back. What? Barked Cabal. What was that you said? He held Casson still and listened closely, his ear an inch from Casson's mouth. In the sudden stillness, Casson's next words were perfectly audible, even to Miss Barrow, where she sat some feet away. I saw her following you, Meisner. Cabal's astonishment could have been greater, only if Casson had told him he'd been stalked by an Allosaurus and twin set in pearls. Her? A woman? Casson rallied enough to say, Yes, a woman, flamin' Nora Meisner. It's a bad time to need lessons on the blinkin' objective form of the singular feminine nominative, isn't it? Cabal had been insulted by enough dead men not to concern himself. This woman, who was she? Following you, I thought, oh, was this Ravetta, young love? Not with that viperess, so I cut up the alley and went around. Got behind, see? Casson had started slurring. Cabal knew his synapses were firing their last, but there was so much he needed to know. Ravetta? Ravetta, said Miss Barrow. Who's Ravetta? Cabal shot her a furious look, but Casson answered all the same. Ravetta's me. It's my name. Arturo Ravetta, it's me. He frowned. Your voice has gone all high, Meisner, mate. Cabal could see that Casson, or Ravetta, so it seemed, had reached the stage where his brain was no longer capable of doing the complex work necessary to lie in morte veritas. Went round and round and round till I lost her, and I thought, oh, sorry. And I went to the safe house, and there she was. Hello, says I. Bam, she goes. Stiletto, right me gizzards, don't hurt so much now. Don't hurt at all. Going all dark. Going all dark. His eyes lost focus, and Cabal knew it was too late to ask him any more questions. There was a silence broken only by the rasp of Casson's shallow breaths. Hey, Meisner, me-o thingy. Guess what? You'll never guess what. What is it, Ravetta? The bark had completely gone from Cabal's voice. Miss Barrow watched him, surprised and a little perturbed by how gentle he had become, how quietly he spoke. I have the oddest feeling I've done this before. Deja vu, isn't it, old son? Deja vu. Then Alexis Casson, Arturo Ravetta, died for the second and final time. Ten minutes later, Cabal was sitting in the upright chair that Miss Barrow had been using. He could hear her pacing back and forth upstairs. When Casson died, she made a sound in her throat somewhere between a gasp and a sob and fled the room. Casson lay still and cold on the floor, covered with a sheet from the bedding cupboard. Cabal sat with his hands in his lap, fingers interlaced, and stared at the body, thinking. False names, safe houses, shadows, and murder. It seemed he had been right all along about Casson being an agent, but with a true name like Ravetta, Cabal had evidently put him in the wrong camp. All of which raised the question, why was Casson, Cabal found it impossible to think of him as Ravetta, aboard the Princess Hortense in the first place? It was possible he was just leaving Mercarvia at the completion of a mission, a replacement, or whatever it is that the less dynamic spies do. That idea didn't appeal to Cabal, though. With the potential revolution fermenting in Mercarvia, it would certainly be in Senza's best interest to keep as many intelligence agents and agent provocateurs on the ground as possible, all the better to pour fuel on its enemy's troubles. So the weight of probability was that he was aboard the Princess Hortense for a particular reason. That might or might not have to do something with Daguerre and Zoric's deaths. Cabal cupped his hands over his mouth and nose and sighed heavily. As a scientist, he was used to evolving his knowledge by developing a hypothesis and then building a bridge of experimental and evidential proof that got him from where he was to where his hypothesis suggested he could go. Sometimes the hypothesis was flawed and the bridge could not be completed, but even that failure was potentially useful in itself. Here, however, he lacked the most basic things. He had no hypothesis that linked everything together. He had a retired engineer, a feckless and naive student of politics, a Senzen secret agent, all dead, and himself the victim of an attempted murder. He could not escape the likelihood that politics was behind all these, and that each killing or attempted killing might have different motives, but that took him no further. He was still sitting in a dismal brown study when Miss Barrow came quietly down the stairs and re-entered the room. She couldn't help but glance at the sheet-covered body on the floor before saying to Cabal, "Sorry." "Sorry?" Cabal lifted his head. "Sorry for what, precisely?" "For—" She tried to find words, failed, and gestured vaguely in the direction of upstairs. "I was a little upset. I can't say why. I was upset the first time poor Mr. Casson died, but the second time, that was so much worse. I don't know why." She looked sideways at him, unhappy at confiding in the foul Herr Cabal, and unhappier still to ask him, "Why would that be so?" "Because you saw hope." He got to his feet. "We should go. His colleagues are bound to wonder where he is, and they will surely come here first. I do not think I care to explain all these interesting piles of burnt chemicals and chalk markings on the floor to them. They will doubtless show a lack of imagination for my aims and a lack of sympathy for my methods, and then torture and kill me." He walked past her into the hall. She heard him putting on his jacket and hat as he added, "It's only to be expected. Occupational hazard." He reappeared in the doorway, straightening his cravat. "I think we shall go out by the other exit. It's always nice not to have to traipse through a crime scene. Coming?" To anybody who hadn't seen a man die twice in a room stinking of blood and burning Dolly blue, it was a lovely evening. The sky was clear, the pavement cafes were doing a quickening trade as people came out to follow their evening meals with more evening meals, and lovers walked arm in arm, whispering secrets. Miss Barrow, who had taken Cabal's arm for the purpose of blending in with the evening crowd, was whispering secrets in his ear, but of a nature that would have disappointed Cupid. There were murmurs of murder and murderers, daggers and death, necromancy and necessity. "But you see the efficacy of my methods," replied Cabal. "Imagine if every murder victim had a chance to name his or her murderer. Think what a boon it would be." No, she said quietly. It's monstrous, dragging souls back into their bodies for the convenience of the living. For a few muddled moments before sliding off into the shadows, isn't dying once cruel enough? Oh, you mustn't judge from that little display. That was just a party trick thrown together from easily available components and a few rare items from my bag. If Casson had died more quickly, or been poisoned, or a dozen other variables, it would not have worked at all. Even with a near-perfect subject to work with, there is only perhaps a 1 in 3 chance of the Azarinthian ritual you witnessed taking effect. We were lucky we got as much from him as we did. Listen to yourself, Cabal. He wasn't a subject. He was a human being. Cabal's jaw tightened. I would ask you not to lecture me on morality. I don't take it kindly. Besides, you say human being as if it's something special. There are a lot of them about, you know, and few are worth the price of the calcium in their bones. Most of us don't measure a person's worth in calcium, she said a little too hotly as she drew some confused glances from other walkers. Cabal smiled quietly at Suchlike, a smile he had spent painstaking minutes in front of the mirror bringing to a high finish, a smile that said, I will indulge your attention for a few seconds, but then you should really look away, with a pitch-perfect subject, barely discernible at a conscious level, that went, or I shall run an open razor across your eyeball. Everybody looked away. Unperturbed, he murmured to Miss Barrow, and perhaps that's why there's so much wrong in the world. Calcium's quite my favorite alkaline earth metal. It should be more highly regarded. They walked in silence for a little while. Then, while Cabal wondered who Casson's murderous viperess might be, and Miss Barrow wondered if Cabal was serious about the ethical qualities of calcium. With anybody else, it would have been a joke, but with Cabal, she couldn't be so sure. It's a small pool of suspects, said Cabal, changing the subject from preferred elements. In the case of Casson, at any rate, a woman, and I think, given his comments, one from aboard the ship, just 4 possibilities. Lady Ninica, Miss Ambersley, and I suppose Frau Roborowski. That's 3. Who's the 4th? Cabal did not answer, but continued to promenade down the road, looking straight ahead. She finally understood, and it did not please her. Me? You suspect me? Oh, you're a piece of work, all right, Cabal. There you go, thinking like a civilian, Miss Barrow. Cabal chided her. Your father would be most upset to hear you talk like that. Not nearly as upset as he would be to see me walking arm in arm with a bastard like you. Cabal nodded thoughtfully. That's a fair point. To return to the matter in hand, however, I cannot eliminate you as a subject, not least because you were in the area and you did seem to be following me. I just saw you lurking around the street. I followed you 100 yards at most, and I didn't take a short break from following you to doing Casson, the poor swine. So you say. The suddenness with which Miss Barrow came to a halt jerked Cabal almost off his feet. Look, Cabal, she said, glowering at him. I didn't do it. The only criminal act I've ever committed on this trip, to my knowledge, was not handing you over to the authorities, and God knows I'm regretting that. It's not as if you're a prime suspect, said Cabal, checking his shoulder for possible injury. But I cannot eliminate you. There simply isn't the evidence available that would allow me to do that. I do, however, admit that I think you're a less likely murderer than, say, Miss Ambersley, who is also low on my list. 3rd place? Said Miss Barrow, somewhat mollified by working hard not to show it. Joint 2nd, which puts you at 4th. She only makes 2nd because I think she's as unlikely a candidate as Frau Roborowski. I can't draw a line between them. Ah, said Miss Barrow, starting to walk again. So you've plumped for the voyage's very own femme fatale, Lady Ninica. And you haven't? I'm not even convinced that Casson was killed by a fellow passenger. The way he spoke, it could have been somebody he knew from elsewhere. No, said Cabal with finality. Remember, he talked about young love. That implies it was somebody known to me. Miss Ambersley is not young. Frau Roborowski is married. You, he considered in silence for a moment. You, I may have to move up the rankings. Then, to quickly quench her outrage, she added, "Based purely on your age, but you are still a country mile behind the Lady Ninica in my mind. Consider, she is demonstrably manipulative, mendacious, and self-centered to the point of sociopathy." He noted a faint smile on Miss Barrow's lips. "What?" "Nothing," she said. "I'm finding this very educational. Please, continue." "Furthermore, she is a member of the Mercarvian gentry, and they seem to be very political creatures. I'm sure they read Machiavelli in their nursery and practice by setting their dolls once against one another, nor are they above acting as their own agents. If you want to send some spy dead, sometimes you just have to do it yourself." "You might have something there," she said, now sober. "I heard that her father is somebody big in the government or the military." "It will be both. It's very hard to tell the two apart in Mercarvia." "I've overheard the purser gossiping with the chief steward because she'd given one of the stewards a hard time over some stupid little thing she found to complain about. The purser said that the steward should just grin and bear it because if Lady Ninica went running around to her daddy the count, things could get very sticky for him." This time it was Miss Barrow's turn to be jerked to a halt. "This count," said Cabal slowly. "Would he have a name?" "Yes, but I don't remember it. I didn't think it was important." "Could it have been Maricol?" "Yes, that was it. I remember thinking it was quite a French-sounding name for a Mercarvian, but that's just the name of his fiefdom. Oh, that would be a county, wouldn't it? I've never really thought about that before. Anyway, the land used to belong to a neighboring estate until some more ages and ages ago, and they kept the name for the title. But the family name is actually Ninica. Thinking about it, I'm a bit surprised that a country that's so influenced by the German language doesn't use Graf instead of Count. Graf Maricol." She looked closely at Cabal, but he had stopped listening somewhere around "yes." "Ooh," she said, the smile coming back again. "Friend of yours, is he?" "Not in any recognized sense of the word, no. This puts a markedly different complexion upon matters." Miss Barrow's smile slipped. "How?" "My main interest in getting to the bottom of the affair has been partially curiosity, but mainly a sense of reactive self-preservation." "What? Get them before they get you? Well, that's lovely. How about to bring a murderer to justice?" Cabal glanced at her, frowning slightly at such foolishness. "What a quaint idea. No, I can honestly say that was never in my thoughts. The possibility of Maricol's involvement, however, puts a new emphasis on matters, which is to say, upon my life, and extending it beyond, say, tomorrow." Miss Barrow was taken aback. She had come to expect the unexpected with Cabal, but cowardice seemed out of joint with the architecture of his personality as she understood it. "You're scared of him." Cabal raised an eyebrow at this impertinence. "I would not characterize it as fear, simply a desire to not be cut to bleeding chunks by a maniac with a cavalry saber. More of a rational concern, really. But the deaths. Unfortunate, but we shall just have to congratulate the killer, or far more likely, killers, on some murders well done, and bid him or her or them a fond farewell. Bon voyage, ma chère Hortense, and try not to let your body count get any higher. We're well rid of the whole sordid affair." "Not we, Cabal." "Eh?" "I'm rejoining the ship. I've decided to go all the way to Catamenia." "What? But why? Why rejoin the ship, that is? Any reason for wanting to go to Catamenia is already beyond my understanding, but why put yourself in harm's way?" "I can't just let whoever did this go, Cabal. I can't. To answer your question, because it's the right thing to do." Cabal's face tightened with ill-concealed anger. "What your father would do, you mean?" She smiled a little wanly. "It's the same thing. It usually is." "Your father's a busybody." "My father," replied Miss Barrow, gently disengaging her arm from Cabal's, "is a good man. But he's at home, back in Penlow on Thirst. So I shall have to do this." She started to walk away, back towards the aeroport, but paused after a few steps. I doubt we'll meet again. I doubt it too. You're playing Mercarvian roulette, Miss Barrow, much like the Russian version, but with only one empty chamber. They stood in the gas-lit street alone, the other evening walkers already at their tables, speaking of love and life and happier subjects than a lowering death. Miss Barrow's face was difficult to make out in the shadow of her hat, but Cabal could see the skin of her cheeks, pale and sickly in the flickering yellow light. She was scared, just as she was brave, just as she was doomed. He could almost see the chain of events that would surely follow. She would ask questions, she would make somebody nervous, and she would die. Miss Barrow, whatever else you think of me, know this. I abominate death. I deal in it, but I loathe it. Your intentions reek of it. And if you return to the ship, your path of life will be a short one, I'm sure. You want me to stay here, in Senza? It would be wisest. Whoever's behind these crimes will go free in that case. The captain seems a good man, but he's out of his depth. If Ninika is behind all this, he can't do anything anyway. She could stand in front of him with blood on her hands, and he'd trot off to get her a basin and wash them in. It's more than his career. It's more than his life is worth to do otherwise. I can make a fuss because I'm a foreigner and I have my country behind me. If you imagine your country would go to war just because some silly girl gets herself killed, you are a fool. Perhaps I am, but God looks after fools and little children, doesn't he? Auf Wiedersehen, Herr Cabal. He stood and watched as she walked away. Goodbye, Miss Barrow, he said to himself with a heavy finality. And that's the end of chapter 13. How we all feel. That's a good chapter. I really like the reanimation sequence. It's one of my favorite parts of any book. Thank you. I try my best. I like reading to people. Well, you all would know that. If I didn't enjoy reading to people, I wouldn't be here. We're coming up on the crux of this book. You're going to be so mad after the next chapter. Sorry, I'm editing. There we go. Sorry. God, what did I do? I didn't do anything. I did nothing the entire time. All I did was read. What are you having mental breaks for? What am I doing? Hey, everybody that made it through that chapter. Congratulations. Because that one's kind of a rough chapter too. That was, there are some chapters that I have a hard time, like, that's the crux of the book where I feel like people are going to bail. And in the first book, it's obviously the infanticide episode. I almost said episode. Infanticide chapter. And this one, it's the resurrection of Kissel that I'm really like, ooh, maybe, because the first resurrection of the Emperor of Mercarvia in the beginning is sort of like very comical and very like, haha, look at him. You know, like, it's written in a very comedic way. The resurrection of Cassan is not. So you zoned out. Yeah, no, I know, you don't even like him. It's just written so well to like... Yeah, what is Jen doing? Yeah, okay, you are working on it. Saying, like, I just keep laying there. For most of my sleep is just spent laying awake, where I've either woken up too early or I have gone to bed too early, and then I can't sleep for a period of several hours until I do pass out. Yeah, his vocabulary is just, I mean, I'm sure, like, the way it's written is just so very fluid. Like, and there's some words, a lot of the words in his book, you just like how they feel. Like, you know, the words that are really fun to say, has a lot of those in there. But yeah, if you are falling asleep to the live, don't worry, not offended. That's kind of what it's for. That's why I have these lives so late in the day. Because I figure it's right around sleep time. Even if you're an hour before, where you're not probably going to go to bed super soon. But if it's an hour later, a lot of people are going to bed around this time. Either because they have to work early, or alacrity. I like alacrity. I heavily encourage making some tea and laying down. But yeah, and if you fall asleep, you fall asleep. This will be on YouTube later. Don't even worry about it. Yeah. For real though, like, mine goes in phases too, where sometimes all I'll do is sleep, and then all of a sudden it'll go away and I can't sleep at all for hours. Sometimes for days. Sometimes weeks. It comes in phases and I never know when it's going to come or go. But I refuse to take melatonin because it's not regulated as a dosage, and if you grow to rely on it too much, it can really fuck up your sleep pattern, and eventually you'll have to wean yourself off of it or continue increasing it. So it's terrible. I can't do it. I would, ordinarily, this would be the time where I go find Denki and he would rant about a subject. But we can't do that because Denki is in the bath. And I know because I can hear him. He likes to sit in the bath and watch bullshit on his phone for hours in a bath. And drink White Claws. I don't think we have any White Claws though, so it might be something else. So unfortunately, Denki's not going to rant today, because I'm not interrupting that. It's more than my life is worth to interrupt bath time. Hi! I'm glad you can make it. I'm so sorry about everybody missing out on the rant, but I'm not interrupting that. That's Denki's time. Denki gets that for Denki's own self. Denki's allowed. Denki, that's fine. I support that. So I'm not butting in on that. Oh my god, that habanero beer. We just reduced it and put it on wings. It was way better on wings. VC rant, maybe later this week. Maybe. I might start recording the rants and just putting them on the VC as bonus content. Oh, skull blanket's still here. I was just using it as an actual blanket. I still got it. Skull blanket. This is my favorite blanket. Yeah, I was like, we all told you could stop drinking it at any time. And you were like, yeah, I should. This is different. And then you take another sip and we're like, stop, put it down. I couldn't make it through it. Sarah got those for me because we were in Nashville for an event that was going on. And Sarah went to get booze for us to like pregame in the hotel room, and he was like, "What do you want?" And I was like, "I don't know." And I was like, "Get like Reds or something if they have them." And he was like, "Okay." And he hung up and then called immediately back, and he was like, "They don't have those. I'm gonna get you something else." And he was like, "Do you have a preference?" I was like, "Well, if I don't know what they have, I'm not gonna have a preference." And so he was like, "I'll guess." And then he got me this habanero beer, and I was like, this might be too spicy. I like spicy, but not in beer generally. Then again, I never had it in beer, so I was willing to give it a shot. I'll try anything once. But man, when they say hot beer, it was like you poured just like straight habanero juice in a can and made it carbonated. Like, there are some things that just don't need to be carbonated. I'm going to go ahead and say it right now. Hot sauce is one of them. That's the worst of every world. Now, peppers, in actuality, fine. I'll eat the shit out of some peppers. But do not carbonate it. Don't carbonate it. That's going to give me... It depends, but it did not need to be that hot, and it didn't need to be carbonated. So we saved him. We were like, we'll get you an actual beer later, because Dad was watching our pets, and we were like, try this. And he tried it, and he was like, this is terrible, and then kept drinking it. And I was like, Dad, stop doing that. And he was like, yeah, it's terrible. I don't want this. And he was like, I'm going to keep drinking it. And I was like, stop doing that. He was still holding it, so we just kept drinking it reflexively. And we were like, stop drinking. I'm glad. I love reading everyone's pets to sleep. I read to Insomniac's cat every week. And I love Lucy. I'm a huge fan of Lucy. So if your pets are there and they're falling asleep to the sound of my voice, know that that is the highest achievement I'm ever going to have. And I love knowing about it. Hot sauce carbonated. Yeah, no, it was terrible. There was a beer. It was hot sauce, basically carbonated. Not even just normal hot sauce. Like straight up habanero juice. Yeah, it was like they added alcohol and carbonation to habanero juice. There was no other flavor profile. It was just... It was rough. It was rough. There was no other flavor profile. It was just... It was rough. It was rough. Also super fantastic. I'm the biggest fan of that. It wasn't good. That was the thing, is it wasn't good. But we reduced it and like added some stuff to it and made it like a glaze for wings. And that was really good after we did that. Who's freaking out? Don't freak out. Nobody freak out. Oh, kittens. It was a can of lies. That can was nothing but lies. I I can't even. It was so disappointing because at first I was like, you know what? Yeah, I can get down with this hot beer. I'm here with it. Let me try it. But it wasn't. Heat isn't a substitute for flavor. 1. 2, if you're gonna make something that hot, don't make it that carbonated. Just don't. If all you're gonna do is like make a bunch of hot sauce and add carbonation to it, terrible. Not what I was expecting. Oh, okay. Oh, well, that's all right. That's all right. I don't want anybody to freak out over anything. I'm not that big of a deal, honestly. I just dress up like this to read. If I wasn't doing it for you guys, I'd just be doing it at my house anyway. So thank you for giving me an excuse to put this on the internet for no reason. It's lovely to have your support, and I like sharing things that I like with people who are also going to like them. Because most of the time, people hate it. It's not great. I don't know why that's a problem. Look, just hold on to it. It's fine. It's me, guys. Just your normal introverted loner who would prefer to sleep and can't. I'm just gonna drink this whole thing of iced coffee. I'm determined to make it through this. I made it too sweet. It's terrible. Well, it's not terrible, but it could be better. It could be better. I've had worse, but I've also had better. And I just got, Tea Galaxy. I just placed my next coffee order for, where's, my phone is right there. From the Coffee Shop of Horrors, the one, I'm going to order tea next because they have a tea section too. I haven't tried it and I want to try that. But I'm so hype about this coffee. Especially because Dad gave me some that we both really like, the Leaping Goat. And it's all gone. It's all gone. I got the Ichabod Crane, the Stranger Things, the waffle one, and then I pretty much got everything on the featured list, and then I got the waffles and syrup one. There is going to be a short story between book 2 and 3. There's going to be a couple of short stories, actually, because I really want you to know about a character. And honestly, from the start of this, there was one person, one of you glorious individuals that had read this before I introduced you to it. And that's Tea Galaxy. And Tea Galaxy read all the books, did not know there were short stories. So, I really need Tea Galaxies to know the backstory to a very iconic character that is going to come up in book 5. And the coffee is really interesting. Coffee Shop Horrors. Look it up because anyway. And I really want these short stories to get out there so that you'll have expectations for the last book. Because once you know who the character is, you'll know why they come up. Dad, you don't have to supply me with coffee. I can get my own coffee. But it was really good. It was really good. It was awesome. And I do want more of it. And I'm eventually going to order my own. You don't have to keep getting me coffee. Or alcohol, Dad. I can provide for myself, thanks, Dad. I appreciate your efforts, but I'm fine. You don't have to take care of me anymore. I can achieve it on my own. But yeah, I can't wait for this coffee to show up. I'm living for it. And I also want more of the fire department coffee because Insomniac got me on that and it is so good and I'm almost out of my last bag of that. And I'm going to be for real bummed when I run out. So I know I need to get more of that too. Because that shit's great. I'm thinking about shaking it up and trying the one that you tried last time because I don't want to get the same thing as you. I don't normally get rum stuff, but I was like... See the chat. I know and I want to try it. I gotta try it. It's really good shit. I like on the Coffee Shop of Horrors you can specify your grind. Because I prefer whole bean, but most of the time some sites don't give you that option for every listing. It's like, and sometimes there's stuff in like a ground area that's not available in whole bean for some reason, or like vice versa. Coffee Shop of Horrors, you get to pick your grind the entire way. I picked whole bean for every single one of them. I was like, sweet, now I can specify by myself. I can make my own grind so that, because sometimes, you know, we have a French press and we have, I have an espresso pull and like a espresso function in my coffee machine. So, and those take different grind types to really make it worthwhile, you know? So like, I'm really excited. I get to grind it the way I want. I'm gonna try it. I can't wait. I'll let you know when it gets here. I'll update in the redacted when it gets here. Whoa, who is... Oh yeah, thank you for posting that link in the redacted. Thank you, appreciate that. I was gonna do it after I got off here, but you were ahead of the curve. But yeah, I'm really excited about that. And all of them have like really unique names and like pretenses. And not all of them are in stock right now. One of the ones that I wanted wasn't in stock. But I was like, that's fine. I'm going to try all the featured ones before they go away anyway. But the one of the ones that I didn't get on the featured list, because I wanted to like pick the flavor profile. Ooh, but it looked so good. Yes. I'm not super big on sweets most of the time. If something's too sweet, I'll like, ugh. But when I can control it, and I can, that is primo. Then I can have things exactly how I want them. I'm simultaneously like the most not picky person when it comes to eating, and like simultaneously the pickiest person. Like, I have a very particular way of doing things. And that's, I guess, odd. Because if it's regular food, I have the least input of anybody. I'm just like, we can eat whatever. I don't care. I never care. I'll eat whatever. And that really isn't like a thing where I'm like, except that. I don't do that. I'm immediately down for anything. But sweets... very particular. You want to know why? I'll tell you a weird story about myself. It's sort of depressing, but dark chocolate coffee beans sound awesome. Yeah, like sweets, oddly particular about. I will not take just any sweet. If you offer me the wrong one, no. I'm just like, no, I don't want that. And like, Sarah does that all the time. He's like, you want M&Ms? And I'm like, no, I don't. And they'll like forget that I don't like stuff. Especially the more zoned out they are, zoned out, they won't remember. So they'll be like, you want this cookie? And I'm like, no, I don't want the cookie. And then like 10 minutes later, he'll be like, oh, I'm sorry, did you want a cookie? I'm just eating cookies in front of you. I'm like, I don't want a cookie. It's cool. I don't like those cookies. You can have those cookies all to yourself, man. I've told you 3 times. And he's like, did you? Did you tell me? I'm like, yes. I hate those cookies. And he's like, you sure you don't want to try them to make sure? I'm absolutely sure I don't like those. I don't like the ingredients. I'm probably not going to like them together. I'll tell you that right now. No, yeah, that's what happens. Oh, man. No, so today, he came home with a bag of onion rings. He'd bought, like, a bag of onion rings, and, I was, getting ready for the live, and, he came in, and he was like, hey, guess what? And Denki says Dunyan rings all the time, like, Dunyan rings, as a thing, and Denki was taking a nap, so Sarah comes in with this onion ring that straight up looks like the, the circle with the slash through it, and he was like, it's an actual Dunyan ring. He was like, you want to eat this? Sometimes, man. Sometimes this house gets way out of control. I can't even say that. Yeah, so he found a Dunyan ring today. I had to send a picture to Noti to let them know. If you're unfamiliar, that is a Game Grumps reference. I forget which episode it was, but I know that's where Denki got it. It was Dan and Aaron were having a conversation that went something like, Dan was like, what do you think the worst way to break up with a girl is? And Aaron was like, I don't know. And he's like, I think the worst way is to text her, we're Dunyan rings. And then he's said it ever since. And we found an actual Dunyan ring. You guys have got to stop saying that. I don't know how to pronounce that. Y'all are freaking me out right now. I don't know what's going on in the redacted, but I'm going to have to check it out after this so I know what the hell you're talking about. What? It's the name of a kid show. Oh. I don't even know. I don't know some kid shows. I don't have a child, so with the lemur, I believe it. From like the 90s. God, okay, this is my problem. Okay, some kid shows I'm aware of, but I was not very much a television child. I was the kid that was like reading Redwall before I was like allowed to. I didn't watch a whole lot of TV. There are some shows that I had watched either because my stepbrother watched them or like if they were sort of iconic in like the 90s for certain reasons. Like Invader Zim, I watched Invader Zim. I don't remember a whole lot of... Also, I don't have a whole lot of memories because trauma. So... Scooby-Doo, yeah. Yeah, like iconic ones. I remember, my stepbrother used to watch, Kablam a lot. there were certain parts of that I caught, and like other parts like I just missed entirely, and I could never fully figure out what that show was supposed to be. And I'm not even sure now that it was supposed to be anything, because Cyril started watching it again on some other thing, and he was like, "Didn't you ever watch Kablam?" And I was like, sort of. And he was like, "You remember this?" And I was like, "Yeah." And he was like, "Do you remember this?" And I was like, "I mean, yeah, I thought that was a different show." And he was like, "No, that's all Kablam." And I was like, "But wasn't there another show?" And he was like, "Yeah, it was all the same show." And it was like 5 shows crammed into one program. And I never fully understood that. Yeah, it was like the Robot Chicken of its time. I did not realize it was all the same show. I watched Legends of the Hidden Temple as a kid. I remember that. I also didn't really like Robot Chicken. I didn't watch a whole lot of TV though. I was very much a book person, and riding my bike away from my house so I didn't have to deal with my family. That was the kind of kid I was. Me and my cousins used to play bikes, which was always my idea. We would play 1 of 3 activities. My cousin Caitlin always wanted to play house, which I hated because she got way too real with it. Like that one kid that took house way too seriously, like Cindy from kindergarten. No, and then my cousin Lauren always wanted to play school, where she was the teacher and she just taught you shit, which I kind of liked because 1, you were the only student, and 2, it was always history class, which I liked. But she was also really bad at history, so points taken down for that. And 3, my idea was always reading or bikes, which were both my activities. And reading consisted of me being an impromptu librarian, and anytime someone would talk, I would shush them very loudly because I was reading a book. And 4, bikes consisted of us going on a bike ride, but me riding too far ahead for them to catch me, and then I would go and hide. That was my idea. Yeah, and I also lived in a very rural community for the most part, where my cousins were the only friends I would ever see because I didn't really have any friends. And it was very hard to have, like, friends, that far out. Like, nobody would go there because you were so far out of town. Like, their parents didn't want to drop them off because it would be too much hassle, and then your parents didn't want to drop you off places. And most of the time, I didn't want to go anyway, so my parents already had this really, like, great excuse for any time a kid, like, we would have kids call the voicemail, and they'd be like, can hang out today? And my parents would be like, they're grounded. And most of the time I actually was grounded, which isn't even saying anything. I would get punished all the time, sometimes for shit that wasn't even me. I only had like one friend for like a year that I actually enjoyed spending time with, and then they moved. And even then I almost never saw them unless it was during school. Yeah, there wasn't like a huge age difference with me and my cousins, but we had vastly different interests. Like, we didn't actually get along, and that became increasingly evident as we got older. Like, I never see them now. I never see almost anybody in my family. Oh, your coworker brought you coffee. Good on them. Good on them. Somehow that's very fitting for you, Insomniac. I always had a thing with,
Not everybody likes the trees.
I would find dead animals. This sounds nuts. No, I'm going to stop there. I'm going to stop there. This is going to get real weird. Y'all had like way cooler activities as a child than I did. Mine was just leave me alone, I'm reading, or I'm going to ride away from you. That's so cool. Oh, me and you are the same. I would also get grounded from books. Like, I would get grounded from specific books a lot of the time. Like, my mom would ground me from Harry Potter, or ground me from Redwall, or like ground me from like a specific book, because almost it was like she knew she couldn't stop me from reading everything. Because then I would take it way too literally. I was always that kid that took everything way too literally. So my mom was like, you're grounded from reading. And then I would go to school and the teacher would have me read something and I'd be like, I'm actually grounded for that. You can't make me do that. And then they would call my mother, who would then be like, read the thing. And I'd be like, apparently I can't read. I'm grounded from it. Can't read anything. And so my mother would have to ground me from specific books for me to not do that. But I was always the one that would weirdly twist everything she would say to where I'd be like, you said this, but you didn't say that I couldn't do this. And I would find loopholes and everything. And oddly, she seemed to think that was very disturbing on another level too. All right. Are we ready? Your parents forgot you were grounded? Or they forgot to like unground you? Two, ready. Two. Okay, awesome. We're going to start chapter 14. I got my blanket. If you need to, I hope you've taken the break time to go get more of your selected beverage for the evening and get nuzzled in with your pets. Make sure all sleeping children or falling asleep children, barely conscious pets are surrounding you. Hopefully this puts everybody to sleep. I don't know. It's going to be an eventful chapter, so we'll see. Chapter 14, in which villainy is revealed and lives are risked. Weighing the pros and cons of his current situation, Johannes Cabal had to admit that he was definitely ahead in the game. The route had provided circuitous, and the clean lines of his original plan to steal the Principia Necromantica had long been trampled under the feet of any number of interested and interfering parties. There had been two very distinct attempts upon his life along the way, although such was the nature of his calling that if nobody had tried to kill him during the project, he would have regarded it as, at best, freakish, or at worst, highly suspicious. Still, here he was, with the Principia nestling happily in his Gladstone bag, with the murderous mess of bloody circumstances, otherwise known as the maiden voyage of the aeroship Princess Hortense, due to fly away from him at dawn, taking the last vestiges of menace with it. He might even go down to the aeroport perimeter and wave from behind the wire as it dwindled into the distance and out of his life. In the meantime, he would find a small, clean, discreet locanda and have a meal that was not subject to Mercarvian standards of machismo in the kitchen, a long bath, and sleep the untroubled sleep of a man who is tolerably sure that nobody is going to try and cut his throat in the wee small hours, which is to say, he would still lock his door and wedge a chair under the handle. And so it went. He found a quiet little inn just by the Via Dulcis, where the proprietor was friendly but incurious. He asked Cabal if he was on holiday. Cabal agreed that he was, and that apparently fulfilled the landlord's entire expectations for gossip. He did not even much care that Cabal had only a single small bag, but blithely showed him up to a small, clean room that had a decent view of a municipal park over the low rooftop of its neighbor. The room shared a bathroom with the 3 other rooms on the landing, but these were all unoccupied, so Cabal enjoyed his long bath uninterrupted, clean shaven and in his only change of fresh clothing until he would have the opportunity of buying more on the morrow. He sat down to a light meal of pasta and chicken and sauce, accompanied by a glass of dry white wine from, the landlord explained, his family's own vineyard. Cabal admitted that he was right to be proud of it. While not an extraordinary vintage, Cabal's spectrograph of a palate found much to admire in it. And so he went to bed tired, very slightly drunk, and at least briefly, at peace with the world. This last he managed by assiduously avoiding any thought of the past few days and Miss Leonie Barrow's current circumstances. It was a mental trick that came easily to him, after so many opportunities to practice it in his past. He slept through dawn, and therefore any chance to wave goodbye to the Princess Hortense, but this caused him little concern and less dismay. It was hardly his affair if Miss Barrow would insist upon sticking her head in a lion's mouth. The thought made him consider the coincidence of Leonine Leonie putting her head in any such place, and his thoughts went off in another direction, and had to be dragged back into line by the scruff of the neck and spoken harshly to. He came down to breakfast and enjoyed a light meal in the continental manner, enjoying strong coffee and tart orange juice in a sparsely occupied dining room in which the other guests kept to themselves, much to Cabal's satisfaction, to themselves. When he had finished, he had another coffee to drink while he skimmed the morning newspaper. This, he was further pleased to note, contained nothing about skies full of murder or spies turning up cold and dead. He wouldn't be at all surprised if officials at Sense and Intelligence had already found Casson, but they would hardly be likely to advertise it. Any suspicions they had would be arranged upon the Mercarvian aeroship now heading for their border with Catamenia, and there it could remain with his blessings. He, in the meantime, just needed to buy some traveling clothes and set off in an entirely other direction. He had suffered his fill of other people for the time being, and he missed his laboratory. Thinking of his laboratory reminded him of other elements of his life and real business. Away from all the allurums and excursions, people seemed hell-bent upon imposing on him. Such nonsense, so distracting. He looked at the empty chair opposite him across the small table and imagined it occupied. He sank into a brown study as he considered the vagaries of fate that had led him to this place, and this time, and breakfast by himself. He would probably have been a solicitor. His father had connections with Hinks and Hinks in town, a small firm specializing in the bread and butter business of English solicitors, conveyancing, last wills and testaments, bickering over property lines. His father had so wanted to be English, for his sons to lose their accents and to conform. A whole trajectory for Cabal's life had been calculated that concluded in his 65th year when he was to retire as senior partners at Hinks and Cabal to a cottage with roses around the door, Sunday lunch with the grandchildren, and the autumn of his life spent with his wife. Even at the time, it had been anathema to him. All but that last element. There he had plans himself. Plans that came to an abrupt halt with his brother Horst standing ashen-faced on the doorstep, the mindless run to the river's edge where a silent crowd stood by, gathered by her, where she lay on the grass, her summer dress lank with river water. The doctor had delivered the formula then, that there was nothing that could be done, that all hope had gone, that he was sorry for Johannes Cabal's loss. He was vague with shock then, hearing without listening. But later, when the priest came and had the damnable temerity to tell him that she was in a better place, Cabal swore and raged and would have struck the man across his stupid, sanctimonious face if Horst hadn't held him back. That night, he made his decision. As was in his character, acted upon it immediately. That night, the baleful shade of Hinks, and Cabal winked out of existence and was replaced by a new arc that led to here and now, sitting alone at a breakfast table under an assumed name. He noticed the landlord standing close at hand, an expression of concern on his face, warring with his professional desire to avoid upsetting the customers. "Mi scusi, signor, but you said something?" "No," said Cabal. He got up to leave. "I said nothing. Nothing of importance." Teeth brushed, bag packed, and bill paid, Cabal walked out into the clear Pearland morning. The sky was a brilliant blue, the buildings shone in the sun's reflected glory, and the air was fresh, just a hint of chill still lingering from the clear night. It was a good day to be alive, and did much to lift his mood. He would have been a mite happier still if his Webley revolver had been snuggled safely in his bag, but the day was otherwise as good as any day without a large caliber handgun can reasonably be. Cabal stepped into the street, busy with people going to work, and set off towards a gentleman's tailor he had spotted the previous evening that stocked a lot of black suits and white shirts and unenterprising styles. By his calculations, he would be able to buy some fresh clothes and still reach the railway station towards the end of the morning rush. The crowds would offer him cover while he checked that nondescript men with bulges in their armpits were not monitoring departures. His acute sense of danger told him that he was probably in the clear, but then again, his acute sense of danger had failed to tell him that somebody was about to throw him out of the belly of the Princess Hortense, so he was not inclined to trust to it, at least not until it could prove to have recovered its edge. The tailor was most accommodating, and once he had got over his disappointment that the gentleman was interested only in items off the peg, bustled around fetching them as Cabal reeled off his measurements from memory. "You are in a hurry, signor?" he asked from the top of the step-ladder, from which he fetched down white shirts wrapped in tissue paper. "I have to meet a boat arriving at Santa Cana, and my train leaves in 2 hours," Cabal explained, missing no opportunity to cover his tracks. Santa Cana lay eastwards of Perilla, while he would be travelling to the west. "I shouldn't have left everything to the last minute, I know," and he shrugged. Out on the street again, with his new purchases wrapped in neat brown paper bundled up under his arm, he checked his watch. The timing was slightly off, he realized. The tailor had been more efficient than planned for, and Cabal found himself slightly ahead of schedule. In an unexpected show of pleasantry, which he didn't even attempt to rationalize, he bought a red carnation from a woman on a street corner who had a basket full of them. Furthermore, he suffered her to place it upon his jacket's lapel, and for this he could offer no rationalization either. With the uncharacteristic splash of color illuminating him, he strolled onwards. As he entered the square whose northern side was dominated by the railway station's facade, he heard the happy shrieks of children, and the sound curdled his enjoyment of the day somewhat. He had once been forced by circumstances to be vaguely polite to children for a whole year when he ran the carnival, and the experience had scarred him. When he saw that the source of their amusement was a puppet show, the day darkened still further. A detour was impossible, as the show had been mounted close by the pedestrian approach to the station's entrance. Most of the commuters passing by smiled and tossed coins into the collection buckets, apparently unconcerned by the bottleneck created by the show's audience. Cabal started to edge around the crowd, but paused, distracted by the nature of the show. It was not a simple tall booth with a stage in the upper third, beneath which lurked a gloved puppeteer like the professors of the English Punch and Judy show. This was an altogether more massive construction of wood and canvas, the best part of 2.5 meters long, the front and deep enough to hold a floored stage, and sufficient backstage and space behind the proscenium to give the puppeteers room to stand and operate the marionettes that pranced upon the stage. The play currently being performed seemed to be an old story, albeit lent a satirical edge for the adults present by passing references to local gossip and national politics. The tale's root was something like that of Hansel and Gretel. But instead of a witch's cottage, the pair had stumbled upon a secret military camp in the woods, run by grotesquely caricatured Mercarvian soldiers. The Mercarvians, led by an idiotic captain, who reminded Cabal strongly of Lieutenant Carstet's, were at a loss to know how to deal with the children, the captain having inadvisably used his orders as toilet paper in an earlier scene. Now they found themselves in a pickle, which led to a running joke about how the captain loved pickles and what an extraordinarily wide variety of things the Mercarvians enjoy pickled. Good to see you. Cabal watched the soldiers whirling and dancing around, their wooden feet clacking above the boards of the little stage. He had to admire the skill of the puppeteers, even if the script played a little too strongly to the sense and appetite for scatological humor. Still, it was easy enough to ignore the words and just watch the varnished arms wave and the varnished boots stamp. The realization came upon him suddenly and violently. Not as a light of revelation, but as a dreadful hollowing. For a moment it seemed as if nothing existed within his chest but cold vacuum, freezing the inside of his ribcage. It was so clear. It was all so clear, and it all had always been so clear, right from the beginning. And if he had only opened his eyes and ears, and if he had not only looked but also seen, not only heard but listened, it meant Leonie Barrow was in terrible danger. No phantasm of peril, but true, real, and immediate danger. It also meant that it was none of his concern. He could just walk away. So he did. Miss Leonie Barrow had not expected Johannes Cabal to see the Princess Hortense off on her final leg, so she had no grounds for feeling disappointed when she was proved right. Being right, however, is not always the recipe for good humor, and felt hers deteriorate as the aeroship cleared the landing cradle, realigned the etheric guidelines, and set course for Catamenia. Part of the reason was simple annoyance with herself. She felt somehow gelled, as if he had made a fool of her. Cabal had been entirely in her power right from the moment she laid eyes on him the first evening, and despite great provocation, she had never used it. It had seemed that there was a greater, or at least a more immediate evil to contend with, and she had let him keep his liberty and his life. Yet when she needed his coldly analytical mind, he had turned his back at the first sign of trouble. Well, the second sign of trouble, being shoved out of the ship while in flight, could reasonably be regarded as the first. The other part of the reason she didn't like to think about Cabal had been very emphatic in his warning to her that she was risking her life by rejoining the ship. She had to acknowledge that his was a career path littered with greater hazards than redundancy and insufficient pension contributions. Cabal had lived as long as he had by having a very keen sense of danger and a very simple strategy for dealing with it: turning a full 180 degrees and running. It was not a very valorous lifestyle, but he liked the way that it kept him off ducking stools, clear bonfires, and safely away from nooses. Thus, it seemed likely that if Cabal had said there was a terrible danger before performing one of those turns and running, then there was very likely to be danger. She had little idea how she would deal with danger. Her father had taught her the bare essentials of self-defense. When in real, unalloyed fear for your life, fight to maim and kill, because you will get no second chance. But the assumption there was of an unplanned attack in the street, a calculating killer, or worse yet, killers, was not something she or her father had ever considered. Cabal must certainly have performed his 180-degree maneuver in the past and found himself facing a wall, but survived somehow. That was what he was, a survivor. Though she hated even to think it, a survivor was what she needed on her side right now. Somebody who could spot the dagger before it was drawn or the pistol before it was aimed and find a way out. But then, wasn't that exactly what he had done? Worse still, wasn't that exactly what he'd told her to do too? So, between feeling like a fool because her kindness had gone unrewarded and feeling like a fool for not running while she had the chance, it is unsurprising that Leonie Barrow watched the new day dawn with all the enthusiasm of a prisoner on the morning of execution. "Oh, you poor dear, left all alone, my poor sweet." The voice at her shoulder did not lighten her mood. In the normal run of things, Lady Ninika would merely have been irritating. If Cabal's suspicions had any grounds, however, Ninika was perfectly capable of walking up to somebody, sticking a dagger into their vitals, and looking them in the face the whole time as she twisted the steel. So Miss Barrow found herself in the unfamiliar territory that lies between peevishness and fear, an uncomfortable place filled, figuratively, with disease-carrying flies whose whining wings put one's teeth on edge. Unaware of her companion's inner conflict, Lady Ninika continued, "I heard that Herr Meisner was called away on urgent business at the embassy in Perella. He'll just have to catch up with his luggage in Catamenia, I suppose." "You heard that?" replied Miss Barrow in a neutral tone. It didn't surprise her. Cabal wouldn't have jumped ship without some sort of story to prevent awkward questions. "Yes, and dear Herr Casson apparently has family in Perilla, so he's gone too. I suppose he'll just have to make his own way onwards after he's said hello." Miss Barrow turned sharply and looked at Lady Ninika. Apart from being slightly startled by the sudden movement, she looked very much as a moneyed and landed simpleton dispensing gossip might, or just possibly a moneyed and landed stone-cold killer passing herself off as an ingenue might. "I thought the Sensons were going to spend a long time searching the ship. They waved it through very quickly, didn't they?" Lady Ninika shrugged. "You should have seen them, my dear. The ship was absolutely heaving with Sensen soldiers. I think the captain was just expecting a few grubby little customs men. Instead, we must have had a whole regiment tramping about the place." Her animation suggested that she was very enamored of large numbers of young men in uniforms marching back and forth in front of her. She frowned unhappily. "They were finished so quickly." "I beg your pardon? Searching the ship? Military efficiency, I suppose." "Didn't the deaths aboard concern them?" "Not as far as I know," said Lady Ninika a little tartly. "I'm sure they were only too glad to leave poor Gabriel alone. The captain told us all at the same time, as did the Sensen captain. Gabriel was Mercarvian aboard a Mercarvian ship who died within Mercarvian borders. Poor Gabriel." She dabbed quickly and delicately at her eyes with a lace handkerchief as if drying soap bubbles. "Poor, stupid boy. Please forgive me. I must—" And she fluttered away. Miss Barrow watched her with mixed emotions, though none were sympathy. Even if Lady Ninika was all that she seemed, that just made her a callous sensualist who hadn't killed anyone, as opposed to a callous sensualist who had. It hardly made her a figure worth pitying in either case. This is chapter 14, if you wanted to know. From the salon window, she watched Perilla dwindle into the distance until finally it was lost in cloud and haze as the Princess Hortense gained height. With it went Cabal, an unhappy circumstance, the only person she'd trusted in the game of death she'd rejoined. Despondent and perhaps a little scared, she ordered a pot of tea, a drink she enjoyed all the more since realizing that the Mercarvians disliked it, even conceptually, as having too little alcohol or caffeine to be trustworthy. An hour or so later, on her third cup, she was reading a book on Mercarvian history, a dismal study of a country that never learns from its mistakes, akin to watching a baby play with a revolver. Something dreadful is sure to happen, and only the exact timing is in question. When there was some commotion. Colonel Constantine, still prickly after the Senzins had questioned him closely and been impudently thorough in searching his luggage on the basis that he was the most obvious manifestation of Mercarvian militarism aboard, was looking out of the aft windows while smoking a foul cigar when he took it from his mouth with an expression of surprise and stared steadily through the glass. "What's that fella doing, The Roborovskis came to join him. "It's one of those flying machines," said Frau Roborovsky. "It's an entomopter," added her husband in an enthusiastic tone at odds with his usual demeanor. "How wonderful!" When the Senzins sent a squadron of the machines to shadow the Princess Hortense toward Perilla, he was the only person aboard who regarded them with anything but suspicion and trepidation. "They must have sent one to escort us out of their skies." The colonel, always prepared in a way that many Boy Scouts frequently are not, had already pulled a set of small prismatic binoculars out of the Dobreст pattern from his pocket and was observing the distant aircraft. "No," he said definitely, "it's nothing like the other ones. I don't see any weapons. I think it might be a reconnaissance model, coming on damn quick." Miss Barrow joined them in squinting at the black dot against the white cloud. Amidst the speculation that murmured around her, she had trouble keeping a straight face. It was difficult not to be a little smug. Not for the first time, she had read Johannes Cabal better than he knew. For a man with a stated hatred of the dramatic, she knew that he wouldn't be able to leave the mystery of the Princess Hortense alone, and here he was, riding to the rescue aboard on what was doubtless a stolen entomopter. She didn't flatter herself for a second that he was doing this for anyone but himself, but the sense of knowing his mind before he did gave her a proprietal sense of warm regard, like the owner of a well-trained dog. After a few minutes, it was apparent to all, with or without binoculars, that the entomopter was of a design different from the Senzin fighters, and that it carried no obvious weapons. It gained height until it was some little distance above the airship, and the last they saw of it was slowly vanishing overhead, with the salon ceiling got in the way. Colonel Constantine put his binoculars away. "That machine landed on us!" He looked towards the doors as if hoping a member of the crew would enter and make an explanatory announcement, but the crew was notable by its absence. Even the bar was unattended. "Just what is going on here?" He marched off to find out. Just what was going on there was not immediately forthcoming. Indeed, the remaining passengers gravitated toward the salon and were eventually reduced to helping themselves to drinks from behind the bar. Colonel Constantine returned in a bad humor, having been given short shrift by what few crew members he had been able to find. Apparently, the arrival of an unexpected visitor has caused quite an upset, and neither the captain nor any of his senior officers were available. Almost an hour passed before Captain Sten appeared in the door, just as Herr Roborovsky was filling a stein. "Ah," Roborovsky began apologetically. "We've been keeping record of all that's been drunk, Captain." But the captain just waved him to silence. It seemed that bar accounts were the least of his concerns at this moment. Exactly what has been going on, Captain?" asked Miss Ambersley. "There's been a very queer atmosphere above this vessel ever since we arrived at Perilla, and things have just seemed to be getting worse." She would have expanded upon this theme, but Lady Ninika shushed her sharply, and she sank into an aggrieved silence. "The lady is correct," said Constantine, referring to Miss Ambersley, and not Lady Ninika, which is to say, lady is as lady does. "What in blazes is wrong with this voyage?" Captain Sten looked at them all unhappily, then, at the sound of boots on the floor behind him, he stepped to one side. The man who walked into the salon was an utter stranger to Leonie Barrow, but she disliked him instantly. Perhaps it was the way that he looked at the passengers with the disdain of a chess grandmaster faced with an opponent who refers to his pieces as prawns, castles, and horsies. He was a lean man in a black uniform that, despite clearly belonging to someone of high rank, bore few decorations and was all the more impressive for it. In truth, since he wore the imperial star at his throat, it could pretty much be taken for granted that he already had all the others. He carried a shako under his left arm, while in his right hand he held a typewritten sheet of paper. Lady Ninika started to say something, but he quelled her with a glance. Once he had silence, he studied the paper, then slowly looked around the salon, checking every face. His brow clouded, and Miss Barrow had the very distinct impression that this was a man inclined to violence with very little provocation. "Where is he, Captain Sten?" he said in a voice low with threat. "Sir?" Sten looked at the newcomer as if they had previously been rehearsing a drawing-room comedy, yet he'd just been given a cue from Macbeth. "I thought I explained we two scheduled partners." "One disappearance," grated the man. "One suicide. But there are 5 people missing here." The violence in him was bubbling to the surface as surely as a geyser. "Where is he?" The captain finally understood the specifics, if not the animosity, and quickly said, "You mean Herr Meisner? He stayed behind in Perilla, but I assure you he is a loyal servant of Herr Gerhardt Meisner," spat the man, "is in Harslaw's military hospital, Captain, in a coma." As he said this last word, he spun on his heel to glare at Captain Sten. Sten, who had 2 inches in height and better than 40 pounds on the stranger, but he quailed before the man's anger, and Miss Barrow saw that she wasn't at all over-dramatizing his power. Sten was terrified of him, and that terrified her. "The man who so easily pulled the wool over your eyes, Captain, is called Johannes Cabal. He is an agent provocateur, a saboteur. He assassinated our glorious emperor. He is the despised enemy of every Mercarvian." He was bellowing in Sten's face by now, and Sten seemed to shrink with every shouted syllable, with every fleck of foam the raging man spat into his face. "And you, Captain, you have allowed him to escape justice and run off into his rat hole. If I didn't need you, you moronic piece of garbage, I would kill you now." There was a horrible silence. Then Lady Ninika said in a very small voice, "Hello, Daddy." "Hello, Ophelia," said the man offhandedly, not turning his head. Miss Barrow's eyes widened. This, then, was Count Marechal, of whom even the bloodless Johannes Cabal was wary. Now she understood his reluctance to continue the journey. Indeed, she now shared it. The Count spoke quickly and emphatically, his mind already planning ahead. "How far are we from the Catamenian border?" "About 90 minutes, sir." "At flank speed?" "Less than an hour." Count Marechal grimaced. "It will have to do. See to it." Captain Sten saluted, clicking his heels, and left the salon, apparently very happy to do so. "Excuse me." Marechal looked over at the passengers and saw that a young woman with rather unruly blonde hair had her hand up. "Who are you?" "Leonie Barrow. Would I be right to think you're Count Marechal?" "You would? What do you want?" "I was just wondering, really, what on earth is going on?" "What is going on is none of your concern, Fräulein. We shall be reaching our destination a little earlier than scheduled. You will all disembark, and that will be the end of your involvement in this affair." "Yes, but—" "That," he barked, unused to women doing anything other than answering when spoken to, "will be the end of it." "Oh, I doubt that," said a voice from behind Marechal. Marechal spun on his heel to face the speaker and was both astonished and delighted to see Johannes Cabal leaning nonchalantly against the wall by the door. And that's the end of 14. I knew you guys would be mad. We gotta stop doing cliffhangers. Yep. Yep. Yeah. Cliffhanger. Yeah, chat. Book 2 is like cliffhanger after cliffhanger in reality. No, I'm not. That's whole not a joke, man. Yeah, Howard is just really raking in all those. He's taken every murder mystery and shoved it into a book of like 5 cliffhangers. No, I just did everything in 2s because I thought it would be easier to get through like 2 chapters a week, and I didn't really realize that the way that we set out, because we just do them in 2s. So we just did all of book 1 in 2s, and so yeah, it's 2, 4, 6, 8, and then it just ended. It was chapter 14. It's just natural, and it's just a natural grouping. Technically, if we wanted to, we could make these a little longer, but it would be really hard to upload to YouTube that way. You couldn't find an account because... Yeah, I'm sorry, I did you dirty. What were you gonna say? What were you gonna... You had something to say? Yeah, no, I didn't mean to, technically. This was all a coincidence. I mean, you can think I did that maliciously and vindictively if it makes you feel better. I'm used to being the villain, but it's fine. You can blame me if you want. I'm not taking active responsibility for it, but I also can't control it, so you can do what you will. If it was any longer, I feel like people would miss a whole lot more of it, you know, and it would also be really hard to upload to YouTube that way, because it would be just so much more data to download. It already struggles with 2. Every time I go to download the live, it gives me trouble. Thank you. I appreciate that. I feel like that's a low bar, but I'm glad I made it. Yeah, also, you know, it's hard on the throat doing like a whole lot. So I keep it to 2 chapters because I know around where my limit is, and 2 is pretty much it. The bar is on the floor, is what I'm saying. But I'm glad you all are enjoying it, and next time should prove very nice, because next time is the reveal. So if you haven't read ahead and you don't know what happens and you want to tell me your theories, you can put them in the redacted area. Or, you know, you can always make a TikTok, tag me, tell me all your theories. I don't care. Make a video out of it. I'll watch it. I love Johannes content. I'm going to plug this phone in. Ooh, my phone made it almost all the way to the end of the live this time. Aren't we so appreciative of its efforts? Yeah. The bar is in Tartarus, guys. It's not that much of a jump, but no. Yeah, so if you have a theory about who done it, and I'll tell you, it's not a simple like, he had the key to the stateroom the whole time. It's obviously Mr., you know, insert character here. It's more of what it's been building up to this entire time. It's more complicated. It's too complicated because it's politics. So keep that in mind. If you're going to tell me your theories, let that be a factor in it. And as always, if you didn't know we were reading a book and you dropped in here in the late stages of book 2 and you're wondering what the hell is going on, you can always click the link in my bio to the YouTube, where you can find recordings of all the previous chapters of both the first and second books. Yes, there's 2. There's actually 5, but this is the second one, and you just jumped in not knowing. How do you feel? I would say the joke's on you, but it's not really a joke. It's great content. Go check it out. Get the book if you want. Read it. It's a great series. Follow Jonathan Howard on Twitter. There's also a Johannes Cabal on Twitter who is run by the author, and it's hilarious, and you should check it out. And I'm sorry Denki didn't get to rant today, because he was in the bath. But if you do want to tune in next time, he'll probably have a lot to say about Chernobyl cave divers. So, there's your content update and your disclosure for the week. That's how you found book 1. Glad you're here with us. You've been here with us ever since, on the regular. I see you all the time. So I'm glad that you're liking it. Why? Look, we all have a little bit of insecurity where art and creativity is concerned. But if you choose to share it, that's great. If you don't, keep it to yourself. Art should be primarily for you anyway. You were just floored? What? Oh, yeah. It's, like I said, it's my favorite series. Has been for years. And no one knew about it. Like, anybody I would meet, nobody has ever read it. And the one time I was like, you know what? I'm going to read this on live. And then you came up and you were like, I've read this book. I was so excited that someone else had read it for real. And I've had you on my brain for like the majority of every single time I go to do a short story. I'm like, I really hope T Galaxy is going to be here today, because you had said that you knew about the books, but you didn't know about the short stories. So we're going to go through all of them just for you, because now we can't not include them. And I'm so excited, because House of Gears, back when I originally tried to track it down, was hard. Yeah, I would too, because, okay, let me know if this is also an experience that you have had, but I so often would meet people that did not necessarily know what necromancy was, especially if they didn't run in like a D&D circle, and they would equate necromancer with necrophilia. And I was like, that's not what this book is about. Yeah, get some sleep, Insomniac. We will catch up with you later. But you need to sleep. You work too much. Yeah, that's happened to me too. And so I would only talk about it with certain people. I was like, you should really check out this book. And they were like, oh yeah, that does sound good. Or like, and then they would never read it. And I don't even have a lot of people that I know like that anyway, so I haven't told a lot of people about it. But I was like, I'm just going to start reading this online and see how it goes. I never thought it would end up with this many people that would follow it, because I love this series. And so many of you have stood with me through all of it and listened to all of them and like gotten the book because of this, recommended the book because of this. Has just completely, it's really helped me a lot emotionally. Yeah, can you say that out loud? Like, guys. Oh, bye. Glad you could be here. But yeah, no, a lot of people were like, it's what? The what? Johannes Cabal, the what? And they would be immediately turned off by the pretense of the book. The only one I really got to read it was Dad. And Denki read 1 and 2 and some of the short stories. Hey, and you can always get them later if you want, or you can get them as you need them. But I really like sharing it with you guys, and I also like, because this is one of those books that gave me big, like, reader's drop. You know what I mean by that. When you finish a book, or a show, or any sort of long-running series And then when it's over, you just feel this deep well of almost like this numb feeling, this hollowness inside of you where you're like, I have no more content. I don't have any more. And there's not going to be any more. None of it's going to be made. And I don't get to have this journey anymore. And so I like to space things out based on that. Because I know when I get into something that I really like, I'm like, I have to slow down. I feel that pressure where I'm like, I gotta slow down. If I go too fast and I rip through this, it's going to be so unsatisfying. The drip finally stops. Yes. And I cannot tell you how bad that is. Like, if you've never felt it, if you know, you know. But some people, like, don't. They don't get that. And I'm just like, how do you not feel that deep well of sadness? When you finish something really good that you're never going to get to have again. You're never going to have this first experience again. And to be real, I'm glad you're having it with me. I'm going to go ahead and say it. Really glad that I'm sharing this with a lot of people for the first time. That's a whole other special experience for me. I know you're never going to have that again. Oh yeah, when my hero's over, oof, stake through the heart. It's going to be, I might not cosplay for a while. I might sink into a little bit of a depression hole. I'm not going to lie. Thank you for the roses, Thorny. You finally finished On a Pale Horse. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a bit of an oldie, but ooh, if you're a Denki Kenny, if you're a Denki Kenny in this chat right now, I need you to listen very closely to a book recommendation that I'm about to give you. It's old. It's old. I'm going to go ahead and tell you right now, but it's pretty much like a sci-fi, like a bizarro world sci-fi made almost exclusively of bad puns. And it's called Callahan's. And if you've read it, you know. And if you haven't, and you're a Denki Kenny, you need to read it. It's bizarro world pun time. It's like a bar called Callahan's, where it's sort of like this odd mishmash of the outcasts of their own communities that have been through some shit, and they all come together at this bar called Callahan's, and pretty much almost exclusively give bizarre backstories of their own lives, some of which are completely out there. Yes. And make bad puns and drink a lot. And the thing about Callahan's is it's... God, T-Galaxy, why are you and me the same person? But Callahan's is almost exclusively like there when you need it sort of thing. And it's sort of like a weird, bizarro, magical place that you're only there for as long as you need it. And when you don't, it's gone. Like, it's weird. And very funny in a very bizarre way. And if you're a Denki Kenny in this chat, you gotta read this book. I guarantee you'll like it. First time I read it, I was like, what am I reading? And then I couldn't stop reading it. And the minute I was done, I was like, the f did I just read? But I highly recommend it. The first one's the best. You don't necessarily have to read the follow-up ones. In my opinion, the follow-up ones were like, eh. But the first one, gold. Yeah, it's very funny. And if you're the type that's going to groan at every bad pun, people are going to think you're in pain when you're reading this book, because every 5 seconds you're going to do that. You block the sequels from... Same. I did read them. Did not like that. But I very much enjoyed the first one. I feel like there's something else I'm forgetting. I can't remember. The first one is good. Yeah, that one's my favorite. So I was like, look, hey, for every Denki in this chat, you're gonna love it. It was recommended to me by a Denki. I read it. I loved it. It was great. Can you adopt me? I'm not up for adoption. I don't think you want that. I don't think you've considered this thoroughly enough. You do a lot of urban fantasy. Ooh, it's so weird. It's like a very good... And I like a lot of, like... And I hate to say this, but I say this with as much love as I can. I read a lot of sci-fi growing up and, like, fantasy. And I primarily prefer fantasy because a lot of the times, like, 80s sci-fi, kind of misogynist. And it's hard to get through sometimes when you have expectations of what something is and then you're like, Yeah, depending on what it is. Like, I'm gonna say, did I like Stranger in a Strange Land? And there's so many pretenses of certain things, but when it gets to jargony, when it gets to like misogynistic for the sake of being misogynistic, especially when it's sci-fi, is so crazy to me. Like, you're setting something based in the future, but it's like varies like conservative minded and a socialistic aspect. It's always just like grating in a whole new way. Hearing my birds is chill. Yeah, they are in the next room going nuts. Yeah. But I like sci-fi as a pretense, as an idea. I do love it. And I do love, I like a lot more video games that I'll say are probably more sci-fi oriented. I do like those. Yeah, so my primary interest was always fantasy over sci-fi every single time. But I do enjoy it. And it does have some elements of both like sci-fi and fantasy in it. But it's not too jargony. It doesn't get too tech heavy. It does go into like time travel and like stuff like that. So it's got some sci-fi aspects to it, which I really enjoy. It's completely off the wall bonkers if you decide to read it. But I figured I would include that as a recommendation because I know some of you are going to be very sad when this series ends. And this was sort of like a very good blend. The series in general, Johannes, is a very good blend of both fantasy and sci-fi. to where there's a lot of science happening, but it doesn't get too technical with it. And it's magical in the sense that the environment is magical, but the main character abhors magic. So it's a very good blend of the two, I feel like. And Callahan's is nothing like Johannes, but it's got a lot of the same elements. They share a lot of the same elements, and it's very fun to read if you like a lot of bad humor. Yeah, it does. It does. T Galaxy's right. But I just know when this series is over, it's gonna be sad. I remember how I felt when I first read it. I didn't pick up a new book again, I think, for several months. I kept trying to, and I would start one and then put it down, and I'm like, I don't want this. I know what I want. It's not this. And what I wanted was more Johannes, but I didn't have more Johannes. And it was, I'm not going to say it was a dark time. That's a little dramatic, but I wasn't happy with what I was consuming, and I didn't know how to make it better. Yeah, like, you have that, we'll see each other through it, we'll do something, but we might do, like, an in-between live, a couple times before we pick up a new book, and I'll vet the book accordingly before I start reading it, to see if it holds up to the same standard, because I know people are going to be bummed. Yeah, I remember when I read the last Harry Potter book, the last actual book, because I don't consider Cursed Child canon. I don't mention it, and apart from saying that I don't think it's canon, I'm never going to mention it again, because I don't even hold that any credence at all. I thought it was terrible. You're entitled to your own opinion. If you like it, great for you. But there were a lot of plot holes for me, and a lot of inferences for me, and a lot of leaps of logic for me that just didn't seem credible. And I don't like it. And that's just my personal feelings. It is, yeah, they were too apt with naming it, maybe. Or maybe they just should have put more effort into a new story if they were going to make one. I thought it was terrible. It was one of those things like, where Inuyasha ran too long, and then stuff happens. Stuff needs to end. Stuff needs an ending. And as much as I hate ending, you gotta know when to do it. You gotta know when to say die. Because sometimes creators don't know. Creators don't know when to put something down. And it ends up hurting the original content more than anything. And I feel like nothing is more evident or more public than that in this generation than Harry fucking Potter. It just didn't hold up. But I remember when Harry Potter ended, the last actual Harry Potter book, I didn't know what to do with myself. I was completely despondent. I didn't know what to do or what to read or where to go or how to function. I just sort of wandered around through life. I'm gonna be completely honest. I had no idea what to do with myself. Not even just absorbing other content, but just functioning. I couldn't eat right, couldn't sleep right. I've never really been able to sleep right, but normally I have eating pretty much down. But I would just get up, and it was sort of like, it was a weirdly depressive time. I would go to brush my teeth, and I'd be like, what's the point? Like that level of depression. I did not know what to do with just my actual life after Harry Potter was gone. I was like, weirdly, I thought this would never end. I thought we'd just keep going. But after Cursed Child came out, I was so excited to get more content for it. And then when I read it, I was like, you know what? It should have ended. It should have ended. And this should not have been created. This was a terrible idea. And then I sort of mourned the death in a different way. Like, I was like, it really should have ended. I can't believe... I was too upset for something that should have died. Same. I mean, I was like a little older, I think, when I first read it, but pretty much my entire childhood, I grew up with Harry Potter. And it was just too much of my childhood was Harry fucking Potter. And then when it ended, I was like a scared pseudo adult with no direction to go in. And it left me on like a weird, like, what am I doing with my life sort of path. See, I read it before 4th grade. Ah, sweet, thank you. I appreciate that. I read it before 4th grade, to the point where we started reading it in 4th grade, and I already knew the ending. So, I largely pretended like I just hadn't read it before. And, like, didn't read it with the class. Like, I had already read it, so I already knew everything. And I had already read it multiple times. And this was about the time, like, I think the 3rd book or something, the 2nd or 3rd book was out. So I was reading the 2nd or 3rd one while my class was going through the 1st one. And I just pretended like I'd never done it, and I would fly through all the work for it. I had all the work done before they finished, like, the 2nd chapter, and I was off doing my own thing, reading my own book. Then again, I have a history of doing that. I did the same thing in high school with pretty much all of George Orwell. Like, we had to read Animal Farm in 1984, Of Mice and Men, and I had already read it, and so I blasted through all the work and spent the rest of my time reading nonsense. You don't have to feel weird. It's just one experience that you haven't had. It's a book. It doesn't really matter. I know a lot of generation like hold like a lot of store by certain books, and Harry Potter is really big in this one. But don't let anybody make you feel bad for not reading it. If you haven't read it, it's not a crime against humanity. Don't let anybody like be like, you've never read Harry Potter? Don't worry about it. It's just a difference. I'm not going to be one of those people, and I used to be a kid like this, that held great store behind what sort of content you would intake, and I've become less and less like that as I aged, and I realized, like, there's problems with everything. There's problems with Harry Potter. I'm not above saying there's not. There's a lot of problems with Harry Potter. And I'm not above thinking that anything I like has any criticism. I mean, as long as you don't try and get me to read something that I don't want to, we're good. And I'm never going to push anybody to read something that they don't want to, because I've tried that before and it's gone terribly. And I just don't want to be that person anymore. But there's a lot of fully grown adults out there that are living their lives as their Harry Potter house, who legitimately cannot accept the fact that there is another person their age that doesn't like that thing that they like, and will actively make you feel bad for it. And it shouldn't be that way. Shouldn't be that way. You can like what you like. If you don't like Harry Potter, you're free to like whatever you want. Don't let other people shame you for what you do or do not like. I don't know what I can say to help you calm down if I don't know what the problem is, but we're all just trying our best, trying to live our life, and I feel like so much of the internet and life as we know it has become so open and accessible. Everything you want is easily accessible online, and we define ourselves so much by content that we absorb that people take it almost as a personal offense if you don't like the content that they create or the content that you also like. If you don't share that, it's almost like an anathema to making any personal connection. Like they're like, oh, you don't like that thing I like? Well, then fuck you. And it shouldn't be that way. Oh, no problem. I love reading you guys. I love Tuesdays. You go and get food. Yeah, like I've had friends that like stuff that I don't like before, and generally, as long as they don't push me into it, I'm fine. I can hear about it. You can tell me your problems with it. Tell me your theories all day long. I don't mind. I don't mind hearing about your weird Twilight fan fiction theory. I don't partake in it. I've never read Twilight. I couldn't really make it through it. But it's okay if you like it. And I'm not going to make you feel bad for it. I'm going to have no idea what you're talking about the entire time you're telling me about it. But I can pretend to be interesting. And I'll probably ask really asinine questions because I don't know what's happening. And if we can be friends and you can do that, fine. I don't care. Like, I don't care what you like. Just as long as you're liking it and you're having a good time, we can both live in our separate worlds of content and have a perfectly viable friendship. Yeah, like I don't really see what there's like a weird cognitive dissonance between cosplayers and other forms of creative expression. Hear me out. There are some adults that will go to Disney World. Adults, fully grown adults, and be absolutely enthralled with the performances of like the actors that are, like paid to dress up as characters. Cinderella, Mickey Mouse, Minnie Mouse. They'll go apeshit over that. They respect those people. What's the difference? We're both dressed up as characters. Does it bother you that I'm dressed up as a boy? Or does it bother you that I'm from anime, a media which is foreign to you? What is the difference? Why did they get treated with respect and I get bullied? What is the difference? I'll do you one better. Many discerning members of a high-class society that can afford such things, like my mom, will go and pay a large quantity of money to go see a performance of people dressing up as characters, performing a role as a character, prance around on a stage for 90 to 120 minutes. And pay a large sum of money for it too. And that is amazing. They're so talented. But they're playing pretend. They're a person in a costume with a wig and makeup on But I'm different now. But you made fun of me for what? You said I look stupid for what? What's the difference? You go and pay an amount of money to go sit in a dark room and watch people dress up on a screen. But I dress up for free on your screen, and yet I'm an idiot. I'm a loser. I'm cringe. Okay. Whatever. I guess if that's your chosen media and you discern any other advisable media that you don't have to pay for, cringe. Well, maybe I am. And I don't care. Because the difference is that I'm having a good time. And I don't really care if you're watching. I don't really care if you approve. I don't really care if you think I look cringe or like the thing from the labyrinth. I don't care. I don't care. And you're free to think those things, because my content isn't for you. It's for the people who do watch and do enjoy it and do like it. And I don't care. If you're boring, just say that. Exactly. But yeah, and I'm never going to pick on like adults who love going to Disney and, you know, like people who do all those things. I think those things are perfectly acceptable. I just think that if you do any of those things and you come on here and you call me cringe, you're a bit of a hypocrite. Either that or you're racist. And I'm white. I mean racist because there's some people who do it exclusively with anime cosplayers. Like, the people who dress up on TikTok as Elsa are completely fine. But if you're dressing up from an anime, you're cringe all of a sudden now. Why? Because it's a form of media that is an American made? I don't know. I think that's something to consider. That there are people who exclusively bully cosplayers that do anime characters. And it's because it's from a media that you don't want to understand. Why? Because you find Japanese confusing? Because you can't read subtitles? Because you don't want to watch dub? What is it? What is it? Really? Because it's easily accessible now. And there are so many more anime fans out there. Like, there's not watch dub? What is it? What is it? Really? Because it's easily accessible now. And there are so many more anime fans out there. Like, there's not any and it's available on pretty much every platform. Maybe not the same titles as everybody else, you know, so you don't have a Funimation subscription. Doesn't matter. It's on Netflix too. I've been watching Psyche on Netflix for like 2 weeks. In fact, probably going to have a cosplay from Psyche. Gonna be honest. I want to do that real bad. But I think there's something to be said about how a lot of the bullying is exclusively anime content. And it's not even, and BIPOC and Asian creators have it so much worse. And I freely admit that. And you will never hear me say that like, that's equal, because it's not. They get bullied so much worse. But I do think it's something that anime characters, anime cosplayers get bullied a whole lot worse than like Disney cosplayers. And I think it's because it's a Japanese media, and part of people is just biased against anything that they term as Japanese media. Which I think is wrong. And a little bit racist. Which character? Psyche. Kusuo. Exactly what I'm saying. Like, no one shits on, like, Marvel. Somebody dresses up as Captain America, it's not a big fucking deal, is it? I've been told that. Sorry. That was terrible. I try to be more upbeat on that, but that comment hit me hard. Nodi the other day was like, I've met your highest kin in an anime show. I was like, oh, really? And he was like, yeah, I need you to watch it. And I was like, is this going to be ridiculous? And they were like, and we started watching it. And Nodi, we had to pause it a few times because I made aggrieved comments that then the character would make something so similar to my comment that Nodi would have to pause it and laugh at me. And I was like, I've never been more called out in my life than this particular situation. I believe that, Jen, but what I'm saying is like, it is so much more prevalent in the anime community than it is on Marvel, than it is for Marvel. In fact, I would go to a degree as to say Marvel, you experience it differently. Marvel cosplayers, and correct me if I'm wrong, or if you think of this in a different way, let me know. Because I don't cosplay for Marvel, so I don't get the direct experience, and I'm never going to claim it. But from what I've seen in collective Marvel cosplays, one, especially depending on the gender, is worse. If the content creator is AFAB presenting, let's say, and portraying any character, they are likely about to get more aggrieved in their comments section on the accuracy of their cosplay or the knowledge and intelligence they absorb of their cosplay more than anyone else. So more akin to that, it's about the bullying of the accuracy of the work that you're doing, which is a hobby. A hobby. Imagine that. It's a hobby. I don't do this for work. I'm not getting anything for this. Or a lot of cosplayers don't, I should say. We're just doing it because it's fun. And people come to your comments and attack you like you're making a profit off of something that you don't even know about. I will say, I think it's a lot more genderized in the Marvel cosplay community. And I will say that I also feel like it's more on the accuracy of the cosplay rather than you're doing it at all. Let me put it this way. In an anime cosplayer's comment section, you're most likely just going to find people bullying you for doing it in the first place. Whereas a Marvel comment section, you're more likely going to be bullied for the accuracy and the intelligence and knowledge of your own cosplay. Which both are rude. I'm not saying that either one is more acceptable than the other. But I'm saying that more so the target of it just being cringe or just being stupid or somehow more embarrassing, it's going to lean a lot more heavily towards the anime community than the Marvel community. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying it doesn't exist, because it absolutely does. Weight bias is a huge problem. Oh, I don't even want to get into weight bias. Because I'm a skinny bitch and I have no reason to talk. But I will say, I know plus size content creators. I live with a plus size content creator. Don't attack me for saying that. Because apparently, Denki, my partner, was on a comment section the other day about plus size content creators and it made a comment to the effect the response from some people were telling my partner that they were not plus size enough to have the right to comment in that TikTok. And were told that they were not plus size. And Denki was like, I'm not plus size? What am I? Because I'm not skinny. I'm not skinny enough to be skinny, and I'm not plus size enough to be plus size, apparently. I can't talk in either community. And I was like, I don't know. I don't know. They were like gatekeeping weight classes. Like you had to be a certain weight threshold to comment on that creator's page. And if you weren't invited. Tell me how that makes sense. And I firmly believe no matter what size you are, you should be able to cosplay who you want. You shouldn't let weight stop you. People are going to be rude. People are going to be mean. People are going to gatekeep. People are going to lambast you from pillar to post just for daring to have something fun to do. And that's terrible. And what I have to say to that is, if you want to dress up, you can. If you want to put it on the internet, you can. But you know what? There's no shame in having something for yourself. I do it all the time. There's content that I've made that I probably won't ever post because I just want it for me. I want to keep it. It's mine. I made it. I don't have to share everything. And you don't either. And if you want to just film something for the glory of having it, just because it's you and you made it, you can do that. And you can never share it with anyone. And it can be yours. Or you can post it on the internet for everyone to see and fuck everybody who gives you stupid ass comments. Yes, Denki?
Can I have your little tomato with the needles in it?
Tomato with the needles in it, yes.
That sounded worse than...
Tomato with the needles.
I need the needle tomato. Where's the needle?
It's the pincushion.
Where is... Hold on. We need to find the tomato with the needle in it.
Oh,
it's a
right.
pincushion.
It's right.
Okay, it's right here.
Denki found it. It's good. Just quilt.
Yeah.
Yes.
And he was
I'm
like,
not
oh
gonna-
shit, they're live. And I was like,
Yeah.
I'll bother him. It's fine.
I'm not going to sew a big project without a needle tomato. You need the experience, and that's part
People can hear you and they're saying they love your Misa.
Oh, thank you. I worked really hard on it, actually. It took me like an hour and a half to do the wig because wigs are stupid. It's not real hair, and it's frustrating.
Denki rant. I think they're working on a quill right now.
I'm not, but I don't have a rant topic, so.
I thought it was Chernobyl cave divers.
Oh my god!
Oh,
Okay.
All right, here we go.
Sorry.
It's a little delayed, but they're out of the bath now and they are ready to rant about Chernobyl cave divers.
I think cave diving is fucking stupid. Like, first of all, stay out of there. Why are you in there? Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't go into caves. But I've been watching this series on YouTube called Cave Divers React, where they react to stupid people doing cave diving. And honestly, everyone who's ever, like, died cave diving has the whitest name you've ever heard. Like, it's definitely a white people thing, I say, as a white people. Because, like, no. Thank you. There's so many things that can go wrong just diving in general. Just in, like, safe water to dive in. But then you add a cave? No, there's no reason you should be there. You shouldn't even be there, first of all. Second of all, these dudes have been trying to dive in Chernobyl. Yes, you heard me correctly. Chernobyl, the nuclear disaster that killed so many people and has greatly affected most of Europe at this point because of the radiation fallout.
I'm familiar.
These guys aren't divers. They're just dudes. They're just, I guess, Ukrainian or Russian dudes. Because I think they're Russian, and then they're going into Chernobyl, which is in Ukraine. Which this was obviously before, the war. But they've been doing this series where they're posting on YouTube. And, like, the first time they went, they had, like, a big bowl that they put on this dude's head. And then, like, a tube that they ran up in it with a bicycle pump, like what you use to fill up a bicycle tire or, like, make fun balloons if you're a clown. They're clowns, but they're not making fun balloons.
Little.
And they're literally, like, pumping the air.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
And, yeah. So not only...
You can't DIY diving
They
equipment.
fucking can. They really tried. And, like, I learned a lot about radiation and how it works because our partner has, like, a certification in radioactive fallout. Not in that, in how to survive it. You can get these FEMA classes for free. FEMA doesn't sponsor me, but whatever.
Hashtag not sponsored by FEMA.
Hashtag fuck FEMA. But we had that tornado and they set up way outside of town away from the affected area.
I know.
Sorry. That's a separate rant.
That's a separate issue.
So these guys, when you dive into, like, water is a great block for radioactivity. Like, that's not the issue, the water itself. But all the silt and the dirt and, like, and touching any walls, period, in Chernobyl is, like, bad fucking idea, dog. Bad idea. So they're just stirring up all this dust and dirt on themselves. And you know what he's wearing to try to dive? Literally like a waiter suit with holes in it that they're taping with holes. It's just like a jacket, like a rubber jacket that zips up.
This is on YouTube?
Yes, this is on YouTube, by the way.
I gotta watch this. This sounds wild.
Cave divers react Chernobyl. Go put that into your YouTube, you'll fucking find it.
And
it's these guys. No, it's way too cold to be in a Speedo. This is Ukraine. Like, this is cold. And what they're trying to do is dive down a stairwell to find a tunnel that they found on some old fucking maps of Chernobyl to get into reactor 4. The one that blew up. Literally the one that fucking caused all these problems. They're trying to get in there and fucking, I don't know, die, maybe, probably. No, don't go scuba diving. It's terrible. If you do it, don't do it in a fucking cave.
You just don't go in caves.
Don't do it in a cave.
Don't
yes, with the elephant's foot. Literally, they're trying to go below reactor 4 to get up into reactor 4. You can't see my hands because I look like a monster because I was so hungover today. All I did was sleep. That's not true. I had a puppy play day too. But if you go scuba diving, go on like a reef. Go somewhere pretty.
Where you can see a lot of fish.
Yeah,
don't go super deep.
Don't go into a cave.
Especially if you don't know what you're doing.
No, literally. And so it didn't go well because you can't, like somebody else said, you cannot DIY fucking scuba equipment. You can't do it.
Yeah, that's true.
It's not safe. That's valid. Like, literally, and it's so dangerous to be even in a cave diving. Sorry, I'm all upset I had to burp.
It's all the air. You get it built up and you can't.
Because I'm ranting so hard. There aren't underwater bodies in Chernobyl, no.
Yeah.
There are no bodies in Chernobyl that we know of.
There are in some underwater caves.
There are, because people be going in places they shouldn't be, and then they fucking die. Because most caves aren't just like a big hole in it straight. They have like these little offshoots. And you can just get fucking lost.
Or stuck.
Literally, Mr. Ballin on YouTube does a lot of series on cave divers that just fucking are stupid and die. And maybe I shouldn't speak ill of the dead. But you died doing the most stupid thing in the world, Robert. They're always named like Robert or fucking Carl, Billy. Like, it's you know who's doing this.
Yeah, I mean, we almost ate all the mummies, right?
Well, yeah. But, so, these guys, it didn't go well the first time they tried to fucking do all this. It's even funnier because that's the name of my ex. Haha, he would do it. He's fucking stupid.
They, them, both of us.
Yes, thank you for asking. So then...
Yeah, just crush up mummy skull and snort it. It'll cure all your problems.
The next time we see these guys, the guy who was in the water shaved his head. I wonder why. I wonder why you had to shave your head, dude. It's because it was all fucking falling out because you were eating nuclear waste. So... Another group, some of them were the same because they go back to the same spot. They got equipment. They bought equipment at like a secondhand store. So at the beginning, they're like going to try to get their tank filled up with oxygen. And their tank is so old that it doesn't work. It can't be filled because of how we've changed how we fill the tanks. Because it's not just oxygen, it's like mixed gas.
That's your
first fucking clue. You don't know what you're doing. That's not even your
first. That's like the third.
Yes, it's
the first one should be cave diving in Chernobyl. That was
DIY didn't
Chernobyl
work.
Should have.
So you went to Goodwill to get your scuba equipment? Like the cognitive dissonance. And, also in the first video, they get on these, like, blow-up boats and are trying to, like, boat around the flooded halls of Chernobyl, just throwing dust everywhere, breathing it in, all the radioactive shit directly into your lungs, you know, where that's where you want it.
That's the good stuff.
Yeah. And then their boats pop because this isn't a river. This is an industrial site that has been flooded. So there's like rebar and metal and shit everywhere. And it pops their boat. And so now you're walking through radioactive water. Which the water itself isn't radioactive. That's not the point. Water is a good blocker for radioaction. But everything in the water essentially is. And they do not bring a Geiger counter. And you know why? Because they'll just get scared and leave. That's verbatim. Well, I mean, not really because it's a translation. But close enough. Close enough of a translate. I don't know. So they go back with their thrifted fucking scuba gear. And they're trying to get through. And they get back to the spot. But the water that they went into is iced over. It's iced over. So you literally have to, like, break through the ice. That's how fucking cold it is. Yeah. Literally.
I can take you to a good spot.
These guys are so stupid. And as they're walking through, they're, like, touching everything with their bare hands. And I'm like, stop touching stuff with your hands. Stop it. That's radioactive. And at one point, he's like, should we test it? Because they did bring one this time. And he's like, no, we'll just turn around. So you know where you're at is highly radioactive, but you're too scared to use the Geiger counter because that will scare you too much. So it's like ignorance is bliss, I guess, if you just don't know that it's extremely fucking dangerous to be where you are. You're like, this is fine. This is totally fine. No, it's fucking not. Mark, you're going to get cancer. I don't know. That's probably not their name. It's probably 7 Vladimirs and an Ivar or something.
Vladimirs and an Ivar.
One of them's definitely fucking Ivan. I know that for sure.
Denki. This is Denki's rant.
It's a Denki rant. We're talking about people trying to DIY dive in fucking Chernobyl. And this is all on YouTube. Like, I'm not, like, you can fact check me. You can go watch these videos right now and be probably not as angry as I am because I have lots of feelings about everything. I have such strong feelings about very small things. It's for no reason. Cave diving. One of the things I fucking hate. Definitely an Ivan. No, this is a YouTube video of like real people doing real dumb shit.
Cave diving, Chernobyl?
Yeah, just put that in your YouTube. Cave Divers React has the translated version. Literally. Well, there isn't going to be a 4th Vladimir. Because you definitely can't have kids anymore, dog. But, so, from what I've seen there's a new one that I'm gonna watch later, because another one just came out, like another installment.
Ooh.
Yeah, no, it's fucking, it's a fishbowl. It really is. It's a big fishbowl, and they have a bike pump hooked up, and they're just pumping, I'm sure, radioactive dust directly into this dude's face.
There's more, bro. Stop.
No, literally. Oh, man, I watch things that make me mad all the time. I have ADHD, so I chase emotion. So anger gives you dopamine in a weird way. So I just sit and watch it, and I'm like, why are you doing this? This is so stupid. And just, like, rage out the whole time. It's so much fun. Great time. 10 out of 10 would recommend. But yeah, so they're trying to go back, and this dude's, like, putting on his, like, wetsuit. And it also has fucking holes in it where they're having to tape it up. Yes, if you ever feel like you're being stupid, go watch these dudes try to dive in Chernobyl. I don't even know if they make it yet. We haven't even got that far.
Yeah, you know what? If you ever feel like if you ever like trip and everybody sees it and you feel really dumb, just remind yourself. Just remember, you're not a Chernobyl cave diver.
You're not the 4 Vladimirs and Ivan that are fucking cave diving in Chernobyl. Like, and this is an industrial site. There's so much shit down there that you don't know what it is. You could really fucking die. Like, you could, like, they have your shit could get pulled out, your tubes for your air. Like, at least they have fucking oxygen now. So.
Oh, well, that's good.
Because their scuba tank was so old, this guy that was filling it was like, I can just rent you a scuba tank. Because that's what you should do. You should definitely give these guys a fucking scuba tank, you psycho. You are complicit in this. So they rented a scuba fucking tank from fucking Vladimir V over there. I think everyone that lives in Russia's name is Vladimir. This might be offensive, but whatever. Don't cancel me. So literally they're walking through the fucking Chernobyl to get to where they need to go, and they start like shaking shit and throwing dust on each other, and the dust is generally highly radioactive. And at one point they're like, oh man, look at his neck. And he already has the flush from where the dust fell on his collar, on his neck. And it's basically like a sunburn. That's what radiation poisoning starts as. Wherever it touches your skin, you get essentially a sunburn. It's destroying your cells. And he's like, that's because you threw all that fucking dust on me. And he's all mad. I'm like, why are you mad?
You came
here. You knew what you were doing. You knew what you were doing.
How
you
did you
came
not
here.
think that you wouldn't leave with some sort of ramifications?
Yeah, no. And so, yeah, they were trying, they were trying to get in the water, but his wetsuit was leaking. And that's pretty much where the second video ends. 10 out of 10 recommended if you need some anger dopamine, because Jesus fucking Christ. It's so fucking, like, it's so stupid. Yeah, you know what you signed up for. You knew what you were here for. You were here to get fucking radioactive poisoning. And, like, you can see it on his neck. They shine a flashlight on his neck, and it looks like he's got sunburn. But they're inside and dark. And it's nighttime because this is illegal. You can't be breaking into Chernobyl. It is a Denki rant. Yeah, you can't be doing this. It's like, this is a fucking...
Oh, thank you for the price.
A military installation.
I was very invested.
So you shouldn't be fucking breaking in anyway. Like, this is highly illegal. Like, it's Ukraine. Like, you can't just be busting up in a military installations. How they even made it in, I'll never fucking know. They have to know somebody that they're like, here's $30, let me in, right? Like, I don't know. There's no way they're getting into, like, because they're in reactor 5.
Thank you for the crown. I appreciate it.
They're in reactor 5, and they're trying to dive down a stairwell into a tunnel to get into reactor 4, into ground fucking zero. And I'm pretty sure this is after they put that sarcophagus on it. So I don't even think you can do it. Like, I don't even think. Yeah, Ghost Adventures is one of my second favorite shows, by the way.
My key thing is, why is anybody choosing to go to Chernobyl?
Honestly...
Because I wouldn't.
Listen,
I wouldn't.
I would probably go to Pripyat, the town outside of Chernobyl. They do tours. Like, it's legal. Like, they do legal tours. I think that would be sick as fuck.
But I'm not going.
I'm not touching anything.
Yeah. Like...
And the clothes that I'm wearing are getting taken off. And fucking burned, probably. I don't know if you should burn it. Is burning it bad? I don't know how radiation works. I'll have to ask our boyfriend on that, because I don't really know. But yeah, it's just like, I don't know. It's really stupid. I highly recommend it. And if you want more stupid stories about actual cave divers that aren't in Chernobyl, you can definitely go to Mr. Ballin on YouTube. He does all kinds. Because it's just really, 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 really stupid. Like, what don't you understand? Don't go cave diving. It's really simple. Don't go cave diving. And definitely don't try to scuba dive in Chernobyl. Like, that's really stupid. I don't know how to make it any simpler. Or is it you? Did you go? Are you one of the people that went? Because sounds like it's kicking in, dog. You should see somebody. Like, I don't know what you don't understand. This is just my rant.
Is it you?
I come in and do this.
That's so accusatory. Is it you? Did you go? We're not accusing you of going to Chernobyl.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm just being sarcastic. Sorry. Yes, the Darwin Awards. Don't go to Jacob's Well. I know about that one too. There's literally a sign that has the Grim Reaper on it under the water that's like, hey, don't go past this point. Don't go past this point because you're gonna die.
Thank you for the
And do you know how many people go past that point and fucking die? So many. So many. And most of the time, if you die in a cave, they're not coming for your body. You know why?
Oh, yeah, no, they will not.
It's too dangerous. You will die on the way. They will die to come find you. So you are just dead alone in a fucking cave forever. And if that doesn't sound fucking horrific, and most of those places, bodies don't decompose like normal. Because it's so deep, there's no bacteria.
And it's so cold a lot of the time.
Your body will just be intact forever.
The temperature doesn't rise enough for you to start decaying normally, like if you would in like shallow or warm
so
water.
Sorry for your loss, but that is prime example. Don't fucking go diving. Okay. Oh, someone from your high school. I thought you said a friend from high school. That's terrible. Don't go cave diving, especially in Jacob's Well. That's like a really famous place to die if you want to go cave diving. Like, if that's how you want to go, fucking do it, man. I can't tell you what to do. But don't. Don't do it. Like, it's so frustrating to see that these people are just... Grrr.
Yeah,
Yes.
Lake Superior is so cold, no one decomposes.
It's like that. It's like that, but worse. Because there's also no bacteria. There's no bacteria. There's no animals. Nothing is going to take care of your body. You will just be a floating corpse forever. Probably crammed up in some fucking weird crag in a rock.
Imagine you're a ghost that died in a cave.
Yeah, and now you have to haunt a fucking
cave.
underwater cave, and nobody comes down there.
Yeah,
so you can't even be like a vengeful ghost.
You aren't even going to get great hauntings out of that.
No, see, the
Just nothing
Titanic,
down
the
there.
bodies did decompose. It's very cold down there, but this is not a scary movie. Everything I'm saying is fact.
One, that where the Titanic sunk, there was still current.
Yeah.
So a lot of that broke away pieces of shit. Now, largely it was intact, and a lot of people floated through the currents. And a lot of bodies got decomposed by the movement of the currents, which did help float them away to more accessible areas. Now, there are bodies still in the Titanic. I'm not saying that. But the ship started decaying.
Well, the ship is decaying because of a specific algae that eats rust.
Yes.
So as the ship rusts, this algae is just... Eventually, probably within the next 20 years, the Titanic will no longer exist.
Exactly.
Because there is an algae down there that eats rust. So it's just consuming all of the fucking leftover ship. There are no bodies in the Titanic currently. It's been too long. They're gone.
There is current where the Titanic sank. In an underwater cave, there is no current.
No.
You're not being floated away somewhere. You're not, there's no movement. The water doesn't move. It's stagnant. It doesn't move anywhere.
And because of its closed off nature, there's no bacteria. There's no, what's your question?
2 questions.
I might have 2 answers. It depends. Yeah, current really makes a big difference.
It really does.
Yeah, I mean, as sad as it makes me to think that the Titanic is going to be just gone, I kind of think it's kind of better. Like, yes, I watch scary movies. It's like all of my favorite movies are scary movies. This isn't a movie, though. This is, like, real. Like, what you
Yeah, no, there are
this up
people
on
who are
YouTube.
actively cave diving in Chernobyl.
Yeah, I guess it wouldn't be
This is
cave diving. It would just be diving.
Yeah, no,
but
it's just diving. I'm mixing the two.
because that's
So we're talking
dual
about
rant
both.
is cave diving and
Cave diving,
these divers
also
in Chernobyl.
Chernobyl divers.
You like, I'm serious. You can look it up on YouTube. My favorite scary movie is probably House of a Thousand Corpses. Quickly followed by The Devil's Rejects. The Witch is really great. I haven't really watched a lot of new horror. I've heard the new Chucky sucked ass, so I don't know.
What's that one that we watched that was like horribly, like grotesquely not pagan, but tried to make itself look pagan? Which one was
Midsommar?
that? Yeah, Midsommar.
Midsommar was good. If you're honestly, Hereditary's better. Hereditary's better than Midsommar in my opinion. Same.
I wasn't recommending Midsommar.
A lot of people really like Midsommar. Midsommar is a great take on if you want to be indoctrinated along with the main character. It does a really good job of indoctrinating you into the cult and the believing. Also, I just need a lot of people to hold me while I scream cry on the floor. That just seems really therapeutic. But if you are wanting the same feel but better, in my opinion, go with Hereditary. Hereditary was really, really good. It'll stay with you.
Are normally on point.
It'll stay with you. That's one of those movies that you'll think about every once in a while. You're like, ooh. So, trigger warning for that one as well.
Same. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I appreciate what the writers and what the director did. They did a really good job of indoctrinating you along with Danny. I did think that didn't work on me because I was so hypercritical of everything that was going on. So I got taken out of it as a practicing pagan.
Yeah, we were both kind of like, that's not accurate.
Yeah, that's wrong.
Wait.
But it does a really good job of like the white supremacist cult vibes because it is very clearly white supremacist, white I mean, just watch it. If you don't understand what I'm saying, just watch it. Yes.
Yeah, I think that's why we weren't as into it as a lot of other people were. It came highly recommended, and then we watched it, and we were like,
I mean, it's good.
It's good.
It's a watch.
Yeah.
I don't regret watching it.
Yeah.
It's not like I wish I had that time back. It's very beautiful. It's very interesting to watch.
Yeah, it was shot very well.
It's one of those kind of, but...
Beautiful environment.
I'm not going to watch it again.
Yeah.
I might. I don't know. I might, but
it's
only if I was like, oh my god, you have to see
again.
this so we can talk shit about it.
Wait, plot holes. Potholes. What? Potholes? Plot holes. Plot holes
like in a horror movie?
Oh yeah, I'm guessing that's what that means.
No, I mean, I'm trying to think of other horror movies.
There's a good way to do convention, and there's a point where it's overdone.
Oh, also, any Rob Zombie movie I recommend. I love his horror. I love the way that he writes and films. Especially his version of Halloween. The second one, meh. The first one, chef's kiss. I love that we get more backstory. I love backstory. Give me all the backstory. I'm not super into slasher. That's not really my thing. I mean, Scream's classic, but that's just because, never mind, I don't want to get your life taken down.
Yeah, no, you're fine.
We're not going to finish that. No, I'm not putting myself on blast like that.
Their favorite movie is Natural Born Killers.
Yes, my favorite movie of all time is Natural Born Killers, which isn't necessarily a horror. It's a really good job of...
It's very psychological.
Showing how the media...
It's a very well done film.
It shows how the media influences your decision, influences the serial killers. Like, everyone wants to be the next Manson or Bundy kind of situation. It's really psychological, and you see that broken people make broken people. It's really interesting.
It is a very well done film. I liked it a lot.
Yeah. I hope so. I love horror movies. So, yeah, his version of the first Halloween that he did is just 10 out of 10 amazing, in my opinion. 31 was okay. I'm also just a Sherry Moon zombie simp, so I'll watch anything that woman's in. And she only acts in his movies, so.
You majored in forensic psych?
That's so cool.
That is the coolest shit I've heard all day.
That's what I used to want to do.
Other than insomnia,
I'm also
becoming an anthropologist. That's also cool. But that's also cool. I like that.
Yeah. So, I like horror that makes you think. I'm not really into, like, dumb slasher things. I did watch Stranger Things. I kind of fell out of it after season 3. I don't think I finished season 3, but I feel like...
Everybody's seen that one. Okay, sorry.
Oh, no, that one was all right.
It wasn't bad. I'm just saying everybody is...
They released the Ted Bundy tapes and then immediately released that movie, and it was just the Ted Bundy tapes again.
Yeah. I was expecting something more out of it. I think that was my main disappointment.
Me too. I didn't expect it to be them following him through trial. I expected to see murder, and maybe that's on me. I also do think that Zac Efron fucking bodied it, and he did a great job. Especially, like, the switch in the eyes. He did a really good job. I think he bodied it. I do still think he's too hot, and that has a lot to do with why people are simping for serial killers.
Yeah.
Because if I find somebody simping for serial killers, you're getting blocked.
I mean, come on. If you're the type of person that's sending Ramirez pictures
letters
of you in your underwear.
Yeah, no, you...
We're of a different class,
your
friend.
Your bloodline should end with you. And that's just my opinion. I'm just gonna say it.
You deserve to die. That's just my opinion. Sorry, no, that was great. That's
I said
heard.
Your genes should die. Your bloodline should end with you. Don't procreate.
But I do think there's a difference between like being into horror and being true crime and absorbing that content in an informational context.
And being fascinated to a
and
dangerous
being
way.
A fangirl or a fanboy of serial killers.
I mean, I've seen people writing Ted Bundy fan fiction, and I really personally would like to
that's on a different level.
Therapy.
We're not about that. We're not about that.
I really would like to get them. I really think that. My bloodline is also ending with me. We don't need more. It's fine. I'm not procreating. I'm not about it. My bloodline ends with me, and I've made that choice for myself, and apparently the rest of my bloodline.
I have not watched Super.
No, I haven't watched that one. I've heard good things. We've been watching Lovecraft Country recently, so if you're
Great
into
show.
horror,
Great show.
definitely go
Great
watch
show.
Lovecraft Country.
And if you've read a lot of Lovecraft, a lot of little
if you
Easter
haven't,
eggs in
I
there.
recommend watching it with Anxious because they actually will tell you what's going on that you don't understand.
It's Lovecraft. It's like a Lovecraft-based environment with a whole different story that he would hate.
Yes, because everyone knows Lovecraft is a racist, and it is set during 1960s America in Chicago, and it's all black writers, all black team, all black actors, and it's just...
And it's amazing.
10 out of 10.
But it has a lot of Lovecraft Easter eggs dropped into it. Like a bulk of the monsters and the environment are Lovecraft-based. And a lot of the names dropped in there are Lovecraft characters, which I really like Lovecraft for like the content and the world that he built and eldritch horror in general. So I'm a big fan of that. But I also am a huge fan of this show and the fact that he would fucking hate it. And it's great. And you should check it out if you have HBO Max. It is on HBO Max. But
I really liked the new It movies.
Really
I know
good.
a lot of people didn't like the new It movies.
I
like camp in my horror. That's why House of a Thousand Corpses is my favorite, not Devil's Rejects. Devil's Rejects is great, but I like the cheesy camp. I like when something makes you laugh and then you're like, ugh. Like, that's what I enjoy out of horror.
I like the new It movies, too.
I really liked them. A lot of people didn't. That's fine. That's their opinion. My opinion is it's a great fucking watch and it's a fun time if you enjoy consuming horror content. And I do. So, I
really good.
regularly consume content that makes me mad. That was what this whole rant was about.
Yeah.
So
they're pretty much on that entire category.
Yeah. So,
something that doesn't take itself too seriously.
I also really loved the Texas Chainsaw Massacres. I just love those stories. I really liked like The Hills Have Eyes. That shit fucked me up as a kid. Really like it. Hills Have Eyes, highly recommend. You can't go wrong with the classics. If you're into slashers, Jason. The old Halloweens, it depends on which one. The third one's ass. I don't know. I'm not like a horror purist, by any means, and I'm not into like the like a Serbian film type horror. That doesn't do it for me. That I've seen it. Everyone's seen it. Anyone who's into horror has been forced basically to see a Serbian film. Don't fucking watch it. Don't do it to yourself. It's not fun. It's not a good time. Nobody likes it. It was a stupid movie. It should have never been made. So many times horror just turns into exploitation, and I don't enjoy that. I like horror that makes you think, and I like horror that involves the supernatural, like the Conjuring films, like those. Paranormal Activity fucking blew me away as a child. That shit fucking, oh my god, I thought it was real. I was convinced those people were dead. Probably my favorite like classic horror would probably be the Blair Witch Project. It makes me seasick, but I really like what they really invented the found footage horror. Paranormal horror is one of my favorites because I like that
I thought Quarantine was a good found footage horror film,
yes,
too.
It is.
I really like that
really
one.
Good. VHS
it does kind of make you a little bit sick watching it, but
it always will. Those are movies we can't watch on our projector because I'll throw up. I get car sick, so it makes me nauseous. But I'm not there's so many dude bros that like try to gatekeep horror. But like, oh, you haven't seen The Human Centipede 3? No. I want to enjoy my content. I'm not here to torment myself.
I'm not here for shock horror either. And I feel like that was a majority of what Human Centipede was.
Yeah.
It was like, let's see how disgusting we can make a film.
I've seen the first Human Centipede. That one's really not even that bad. The second one, I've just read about it, and if I even tried to talk about it, this live would get canceled. So don't. There's some things
Archive 81.
We'll have to check that out.
I'm going to remember that.
We'll have to check that out. That doesn't do it for me, but I do like shows like movies like The Orphan. That was really good. Good twist ending. Kept you on your toes. I love a good twist ending. Because I'm kind of stupid, so I don't normally see them coming if I don't think I need to be looking for a twist ending. You know what I mean? M. Night Shyamalan's got the best of me multiple times. I'm gonna be honest. And he's not even good at it. So,
I'm sorry. Then.
yeah, I've looked into the story behind it. I love to look into, like, are you good? Did I just kill you?
I didn't see that one coming.
I'm better than in my Shyamalan.
I just wasn't expecting you to bring him into this.
Well, I mean, what was it? Not The Sixth Sense. That one's all right, I guess.
The Village?
No, well, that is the one I was thinking of. That one got me, and now I'm mad. But I have to admit that I really didn't see that one coming. I should have. But I was also, like, 13 when I watched it, so... Because I was a child.
I'm dead.
I literally watched it. My parents did not monitor the media that I consumed, obviously. So I watched that for the first time at like 12 years old, and I remember being like, like I was fucking shocked, dude. Mind blown. What was the alien? Signs. I really liked that one. I really liked that one. That one fucking got me. The first time that you see that fucking creepy ass alien walk across the camera, I shit my pants. That shit was so good. Oh, because I don't know, I've never really talked about being into M. Night Shyamalan.
Yeah, they've never really talked about it.
Because
so
I'm not really, but I do love a good twist ending, and when you think of horror twist endings, everyone thinks of M. Night Shyamalan. And I personally don't subscribe to his brand of horror. I think it could be better. Dude, Signs? Yeah, Signs, that one I thought was really well done. But that one also didn't really have a twist, in my opinion. Besides the fact that it all kind of, like, led itself to be. Also, Joaquin Phoenix can fucking just at me, dude. You can get it all day. Even though you grew up in a cult. If you didn't know, Joaquin Phoenix grew up in the cult. And it's a fucked up cult. Trigger warning if you look it up. But you can just Google that, and you'll find all kinds of information. But yeah, I'm not a horror purist. I like lots of movies that people think are bad. I love good B horror. I love a cheesy B horror movie. Oh my god, I live for that shit. When the blood's like pink.
Yeah.
Fucking for no reason. Oh, Evil Dead. The new Evil Dead was really good. Really liked that one. Trigger warning on that one for sexual violence in the opening. Even the creator wish he never had put it in, but it's the... I haven't watched the Puppet Master series. What's your question? Go one more question and then I'm out of here because I'm in the middle of playing Far Cry. I came in here to get a tomato.
Oh man, you came in here to get a tomato.
If I didn't
the tomato with needles in it.
Yeah. This turned into more of like Denki recommends.
Yeah, this took a weird turn, but it's okay. I'm not.
Yeah, I always try to include. I have been on an airplane. It's terrifying. Hated it. Oh my god, with the tire, I've heard of rubber. That's like a classic one discussed in horror circles because it's fucking hilarious. It's a murderous tire. It really is. That's all it is. I've heard it's great. I haven't personally seen it. But I always try to include trigger warnings when I'm recommending horror because horror gets fucked up. Pretty much doesthedogdie.com is a great place to run any movie if you are sensitive to any sort of subject matter. Everything I've listed is probably trigger warning body horror because that really does it for me. Body horror is something that I really personally enjoy.
Oh yeah, Lovecraft, trigger for body horror.
Yeah, I mean trigger
at a certain point. Trigger, it's on HBO Max and there's a lot of like nudity and graphic scenes in there. But they do probably the best body horror scenes I've ever seen on screen. It's even Denki was like, ah!
Yeah, there was one thing, and body horror doesn't normally get me, but it made me like, I need to take a lap. But yeah, pretty much everything I've recommended, trigger warning for body horror, but I highly recommend doesthedogdie.com and Reddit. Reddit's a great place to get trigger warnings. Oh yeah, that's something that will always fuck with me.
Animal death, yeah.
Yeah, like I Am Legend, fucking cried till I threw up. And that's not even, like, a good movie. I'm pretty sure I stopped. I don't even think I saw the ending. I'm pretty sure I stopped because I was like, fuck this! I don't even like Will Smith. Which, like, isn't necessarily true. Will Smith stands don't come for me. I'm sure he did great in Aladdin. I have no interest in watching a live-action Disney.
They don't want to be on camera right now. That's why they're off screen. If they ever want to, they are fully allowed to, but they don't want to be on camera today.
Post-apocalyptic Korean horror. I do love Japanese horror, especially because it's different. It's very nice to see the cultural influences. Yeah, no, I don't love any of the movies that I recommended. I can't really think of anything with animal death that I recommended, but I'm sure there probably is one. It's very common. Season 2 is supposed to be in the works for what? Because if you're talking about Lovecraft Country, I'm gonna freak out.
Season 2 for what? Season 2 for what?
I saw it. The Purge series I kind of liked. Oh, Sweet Home. Okay. Sorry. We're waiting to hope that...
We're really into Lovecraft Country, and we're both really upset
that it got canceled
we
because of
know
COVID.
It didn't have a season 2, or there's no season 2.
There's still talks
announced
for it.
Yeah, but oof.
Junji Ito is on one of my lists to read. I just have a very long read list right now. Because I've been reading this book called The Project about a cult right now. That's my current hyperfixation is cults. So, but I'm gonna get out of here because I'm gonna go finish this mission.
Yeah, Denki's playing Far Cry.
Also, I need to put on deodorant. Apparently, I'm grossed out. I'm way too comfortable on the internet. They didn't need to know that. But I'm gonna go and then I'm gonna make spicy ramen because I crave the spicy soup. But thank you guys so much for listening to my rant. Sources for this rant, where you can check out all the bullshit I just talked about. Mr. Baldwin on YouTube does a lot about cave divers and how they end up dead. Cave Divers React is the name of the channel that are doing the Chernobyl videos. Also, the actual guys who are posting the videos just put diving in Chernobyl, and I'm pretty sure it'll pop right up. But all three of those will lead you basically right where I was at with that rant.
They all on YouTube?
All on YouTube. That's all YouTube.
All on YouTube.
So you don't need to subscribe to anything. Cave Divers React is really fun because they call people out for being stupid, and I really like that because they're cave divers, but they're licensed and they're trainers. Like, they train people
what they're doing,
to do diving. So they very much call out all the Roberts of the world who are going cave diving unsafely. But I hope everyone has a good night. Stay safe. Wash your hands, wear your mask. I don't know. I'm trying to... There you go. Love you.
Thanks for joining us.
Of course. That's one of my favorite things to talk about. It's cave diving and how it's stupid and nobody should do it.
And that was Denki, everybody. I hope you all enjoyed that. That's what it's like living here 24/7. I just come in here, start ranting about any random topic at any given time. And I'm not going to lie, I've learned a lot. Yep. But yeah, I got to get off here soon. Because speaking of Lovecraft Country, we're going to watch that tonight. We're almost done with it. We've been slowly spacing it out like 2 episodes at a time. And so we're going to watch it tonight. And they're playing Far Cry right now, so I think I have a little bit of time left, but we're going to watch Lovecraft Country soon, so I can't stay on too much longer. Also, this live has ran on a lot longer. I think it was mostly because Denki's interesting. Oh, I can do that. It's on the wall. They framed it and put it on the wall. We have 9. 9? Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 10. 9. 9. Sorry, it took me a second. We have a lot of pets. Are they all cats? No. We have 2 cats. And we have a dog. That's Denki's dog. So my cat, Dave's cat, Denki's dog, my snake, Sarah's rats. And all of us have like communally 3 parakeets. I don't like dogs, but Denki is allowed to have a pet. And if he wants a dog, he gets a dog. I'm not responsible for the dog. I claim no responsibility for the dog. I'm not involved in the dog's life at all. Me and that dog are on separate entities. We draw a line through the house. I just don't like dogs. I'm just not a dog person. Especially the bigger and more obnoxious they are, the less I'm interested in them. I'll give you this. Give me a dog that acts more like a cat. If it's a small dog that doesn't bark a whole lot and is pretty much chill, I might like it. I'm not gonna lie. I just don't like barking. I don't like barking. It's very annoying and loud. I hate it. The more yappy they are, the less I like them too. So small, it's like a weird sliding scale of tolerance where it has to be somewhere in the middle between not so big it causes space issues and not so little that it sounds yappy like a chihuahua. Like, there's got to be a healthy balance in between there, and it's a sliding scale, and it's too finicky of a scale for me to accurately have ever said that I have enjoyed a dog's company. But I like cats. See, that's the thing, is like, Scout, he will bark at everything. He will bark if nothing's there. The key point being, though, he never barks when we need him to. Like, when it would make sense for him to bark, never barks. A stranger walks up to this house, doesn't bark. A stranger walks into this house, dead silence. A stranger pulls up into our driveway, walks up the driveway, steals a bunch of shit from the garage, walks away, puts it in his truck, and drives off. Not a damn sound. But let me come home from work one time and shut my car door. Every single time, immediate booming barks. Back door, every single time. You are the shittiest guard dog. The shittiest guard dog. Dog is broken. Dog is an idiot. That dog is the dumbest dog I have ever seen in my entire life. He is simultaneously, I will say this, simultaneously very smart and also the dumbest animal I have ever met in my entire life. Like, he knows commands. He's smart enough to know commands. Denki's trained him very well. He even responds to just hand gestures. Like, this means get out. Dog will immediately leave. This means come sit. Immediately does it. Denki even trained him to respond to, like, when you hold your hand out, he'll put his paw in it. And then, like, Denki will shake his hand and he'll go, "How do you do, sir?" And the dog will, like, kind of huff back at you. Very smart. He also knows this means fuck off. Trained him very well. Denki also trained him to take vitamins like they're treats. So, like, he'll just be like, he just did that by being very excited about vitamins that he taste bad. Like, the dog doesn't want to take those. And the dog knows that they don't like the taste, but they get really excited and will take it willingly anyway, dry, just because Denki gets really excited about it. He'll be like, "Ready to take your vitamin?" The dog is like, and he'll give him the vitamin, and the dog will clearly hate it, but swallows it anyway. And he'll do this thing where he's like, "Focus, focus," and the dog will sit and, like, not move. He's trained very well. But I have also seen that same dog run into the refrigerator, run into a wall that he knew was there, walk into a door frame, walk into a door that was closed, walk into the dishwasher, walk into pretty much every single furniture face first. I have seen him Scooby-Doo slide into the cabinets. Just right on down. and wreck his entire shit with his entire body weight. And he's a big dog. Dumbest animal alive. I've seen him eat shit that is not edible. And you just gotta see this dog. It has the dumbest face. It has the dumbest face you've ever seen. Oh. And the weird thing is that the dog, I'm not interested in the dog. I've never pet the dog. I've never loved on the dog. I don't care about the dog. But the dog always looks at me as I'm going to save him for some reason. He'll do something, clearly knows that he's not supposed to do it, because you can see him hang his head when he gets caught. Like, he knows he's done the bad thing. And Denki will start, like, telling him off, and the dog knows when he's being reprimanded. And Denki will just be like, bad dog, scout, I can't, scout, look at me. And he'll look at me and like go walk over by me and like slink over by me like he's being sneaky. And Denki will just immediately be like, he's not gonna save you. And I don't know why the dog comes to me and will try and lick me and get on my good side. I'm like, that's not the way to do it. I don't want to be licked. I hate your tongue. It's like every time he opens a mouth, a full 6 ounces of water pours out of his mouth. I don't know how he does it. I don't know if the dog could deal with glasses. Why do you have Sarah's pets? They both live here. We live in the same house. Everybody's here. Oh yeah, no. Yeah, it's like, you'd be better off with Saro. Like, if you went crawling to Saro, he might save you, depending on what it is. But me, absolutely not. Now, contrary, the cats could get away with anything, and I will take up for them. But our cats are very nice. Bella can be very rude if she doesn't know you. That's my cat, which is fitting. Anytime someone comes in this house that she doesn't know, hides under the bed until they leave. It doesn't matter if it's several hours. Doesn't matter. They will hide. She will hide at the drop of a hat. She doesn't like you. She's gone. In the same sense, loves Denki. Denki's her favorite, hands down. Sarah's rats are in the cages in his room exclusively. So we have 3 rats. He'll lap up water, and it's like, I don't know if he never learned how to drink water, but he'll lap it all up, hold it in his mouth, and walk 2 paces away, open his mouth, and a puddle of water will fall out, and then you won't notice. And you walk through the kitchen, and it's dark, and no one else is awake, because you have insomnia and no one else does, and you just walk through, gonna go get some water, and then you step in it. It's the worst. The worst. What do you mean, what about dog food? He can eat his food decently well. He knows how to not open his mouth and just let food drop out. If he does, he's going back around and eating it. And it's never on the floor. But and if you drop food, he's on that. Ooh. So, swallow, epic fail. Yeah, with water, particularly. With water, every single time. Oof. Terrible. He just opens his mouth and it all falls out. I'm like, what are you doing? No one teach you how to drink properly? Swallow it. But he was just like, all over the floor. And he's not throwing it up. You can tell when an animal's throwing up. Because they make that horking noise, you know? He just opens his mouth and he's like, "Bleh." Why are you doing that? That dog is messed up. He is. He's the most messed up dog. And you guys cannot even... I might make a compilation of all the shit Scout has done. If I can catch him doing it. Because that's the thing, is I don't always catch him. I just know it's him from the amount of water on the floor. And I'm just not a dog person. I'm a cat person. Pond loves me. My other cat, Pond, loves me so much that she tries to suffocate me at night. She'll do this thing where anytime I go to sleep, she'll meow very loudly, and then when I get myself settled and lay down, she'll crawl up me, and then she's big. For those of you who've seen Pond, she's a big girl, and she will plop her entire belly on all of my breathing orifices that she can. Just cover them completely and just lay down. Like, that's her bed. I don't know how you can be so comfortable laying on, like, I feel like a nose would be a very uncomfortable protrusion to lay on. Like, that can't be comfortable. Like, this just digging into your belly and you're totally fine with it? Seems fake. But she seems very comfortable there. I don't know what it is. She's in the other room. I'd have to take this mic off to go. Hi, glad you're here. Bella will try and hop on the parakeet cage. And we have to snap at her to get down. She knows that that means down. And so she'll jump off immediately. But Pawn, the bigger one, she'll, like, whenever I am in the living room, like, reading or something, she'll come and attack my hair. Well, not, like, attack it. It's more like she's, like, trying to style it. Like, she'll rub up against it, and then she'll eventually, like, dig her teeth in it and, like, jerk it one way and then the other, and then, like, put her paw down, like, sort of groom you. She'll just groom me. Bella tried to get in the snake cage one time, and it did not work out very well, and she never tried it again. President Pond, yep. But Pond is easily, like, the pet I'm most fond of. Pond is my best friend. And a lot of the time she does break in here while I'm doing my live, but then when I don't pet her enough, she'll leave. Because normally when I'm in the living room, she's behind me or on me, which she is majority of the time, I'll pet her, like, all day long. But when I'm on live and I'm talking to you guys, I get distracted. So I'll start petting her, but then I won't pet her enough, and she's like, fuck this, I'm out, and then she'll leave. But she's very sweet. I have a snake. Her name is Maggie. Or sometimes just Mag. She's named after the Repo character. Get it? Because they shed and they go kind of blind when they shed. Ball python. Blind Mag, yeah. Yep, Blind Mag. Yeah, this is, isn't it? I gotta get off here soon, guys. I'm gonna hit download problems if we stay on here too much longer. Also, I got Lovecraft Country to watch. How many scary movies have I seen? Whoa. I don't know if I have a tally for that. A lot. A lot. I have not kept track over the years. Yeah. She's also a great snake. I was planning on doing, what's the character from Black Butler? The one with the snakes. I was going to do that and have an actual snake. I don't know if TikTok will allow that, but I'm going to try it. No problem with trying it. What's the worst they could do? Ban me? I get banned immediately for just saying that. His name is Snake. I thought that too. I thought that and I was like, there's no way. I have the manga up there. I just haven't read it in years. And I haven't watched it in a long time either. But once again, the popularity, I think, on Black Butler has long since sailed, but I don't care. You haven't finished Black Butler? It's been out for ages. I I have the manga up there. But I haven't watched it in a long ass time. I'm gonna be real. I just remembered he was in the manga. And then Black Butler has a movie. I don't know if you knew that. A lot of people who haven't kept up with Black Butler. Because it had such a gap in between the first 2 seasons and then the third one. There was like a gap in between those. And I was gonna cosplay Undertaker too, but only after I become a mortician. That's gonna be my reward for myself. It's like a reward. Yeah, I am not the biggest fan of musicals. No shame, but it's like a reward. But yeah, that's my eventual goal. I also want to cosplay. I'm dropping shit. Also, like I said, I wanted to cosplay Psyche, and I wanted to cosplay Death Parade. There we go. And Karma from Assassination Classroom was on the list too. That's why you have to mention every musical. Why? Why mention it then? Just so I know it exists? I'm not going to watch it. You're not going to get me to watch it. What if I adamantly refuse? I like Karma too. Musical indoctrination, that's not a thing, and I refuse to engage with it any longer, and I have to go too. So if Quantum's leaving, I'm leaving. We're all leaving, because I gotta go. So this has been real. I'm not watching a musical. I don't care if it's Black Butler themed. I don't want to do it. And you can't make me. So later, people, and I will see you next week if you want to join us. It's every Tuesday, starts at 8 p.m., goes to whenever the fuck I don't want to be here anymore, and sometimes Denki rants about stuff, so you should definitely tune in for that, even if you don't want to hear me listen, and if you don't want to listen to me read you a story. But next week, we're going to do 15 and 16. We're coming up on the end of the series, or not the end of the series, the second book, sorry. The series is a long way away, sorry. But we still have 3 of the books to get through and a bunch of short stories. So if you are here and you don't know what I'm talking about and you've never heard me read to you, you can always go to the YouTube link in my bio and get all the content you've missed out on. Anyway, I think that's it for the disclaimer. So I'll see all you regular people back here next week.